Welcome everyone! Yes, that was a new intro, and yes, it was a hard transition out of the intro into this scene. I fucked something up and I lost the original stinger transition that I have, the little slide across the screen one. I still have the data, it's just not on a drive I currently have access to, so I will find that at some point. But for now, I've gone with that change. It's a little bit different mix of things. Hopefully that worked out okay. Did you hear the audio from the little intro animation there, by the way? Usually forgot to move result to audience. I did. I also forgot to start the Discord event. Tell you what, no harm in doing that now. So everyone, prepare to move to audience.
Let's try that again.
No, we can keep going otherwise.
Stream.
All right. A stream, and then we do window projector, and there we go. You can turn the quality down to 1080. Good. Okay, we still have decent performance in OBS. I'm very glad that seems to be fixed. Hello, Mr. Pockets in YouTube, who says first. Now, if you're in YouTube, you might not understand a lot of the things we talk about today because it's going to be pretty community-oriented, at least initially. Because a few things have happened recently. I think it's probably worth discussing. Who's this that started a thread? Zane. I'll have to look at that later. A few things worth discussing. For example, the day has finally come. Many people wanted this for a long time. And I believe that the reason I wasn't doing it is because I was standing on principle, but now finally things have changed to the point that the principle says go ahead. Falco has been banned from Cabal. And there was much rejoicing. Monty Python
Indeed,
style.
there was an entire day of celebration.
Pretty much. Is Triple AFK because she hasn't moved out of pre-stream back to audience yet? Oh,
she's been working on her masterpiece.
Yes. Yes, and that's only one piece of news we have. The other piece of news is that we lost another valued lolcow. This guy. Such a shame. Oh, why isn't that showing up? Do I have? Hold on, I'll figure this out. Oh, it looks like it hasn't picked back up the window capture. That's annoying. Don't worry, chat. Won't take me a second to fix it. There we go. Yeah, this guy. A new lolcow that emerged a couple of days ago, and according to a source that's close to the matter, he, much to my original unawareness, had briefly slept. He had a brief 4-hour sleep, apparently, while he was in Cabal. But other than that, he was, for about, 28 hours maybe, solid, in
almost
comments, just posting the same copy-pasted message that changed a bit over time, and then occasionally responding to people's messages. So he was not happy with us, basically. He didn't like us very much. He appeared to have been doing it partly for leftist reasons, but I think mostly for mental illness reasons. But he was somewhat entertaining. We got him just as we lost Falco. It was around the same time. So a lot of people thought, hey, it's the new Falco. Fantastic. We don't need to get the old one back. But then, unfortunately, our good friend, Baked Zach here, also left the server. Now, some might view this as a good thing. And I'm of two minds about it. I think Zach specifically, his loss was probably not good because he was completely harmless. He was just a fucking weird sideshow. Falco, on the other hand, was so deeply unpleasant. He was a man who had dedicated his entire existence to being as caustic to human life as possible that people were pretty happy to see him go. Speaking of pretty happy, Triple, I'm afraid I'm going to have to make you pretty unhappy. Seal that? Seal
Wait,
that?
what? Hold on, give me a sec.
Have a look at this. Have a look at the screen share on the stream.
No!
Yeah,
Just whipped out MS Paint.
that's tough. That's real tough. Always detritus.
It's so over, honey.
What, are you really telling me that this is not a Louvre quality piece of artwork? Unbelievable. UFC says, I am saddened that our herd of lol cows is thinning. True, and honestly, I think we could do with more. I think Falco being banned was not a bad thing. But I didn't really want Zach to leave. I did say I thought he would, though. But we'll talk about exactly how that happened. Well,
yeah, that's quite the story.
Yeah, but a lot of the stream will just be answering chat questions, discussing what's happened and what else is going to happen, and a bunch of other stuff. So, NTS says, is Euthio still around? Sadly, no. He was much better than Falco, though not great. But he is still around on Twitter, I think, but isn't in Cabal. You should invite him back. He wrote a quote-unquote suicide note when he left Cabal. That's what we started calling them after he wrote one. It's that if someone does like a massive long post when they leave the server, we call that, I call that a suicide note. And Euthio was the first to do it, I think. Others did it as well. The Misfits drama, a couple people did it. It was all like homosexual stuff. But yeah, see if you can find Euthio on Twitter. The Euthio answer. He is still around, I think. Yeah, someone says we still have the Cabal suicide note. It might be in the meme system. I don't know where, though. Ted says he'll try and get Zach to come back. I believe in you, Ted. Very best of luck with that. And I do think there's no real harm in Zach being in Cabal. Chance of him reporting people is very low, and I don't suspect he would. But he was just sort of harmless. And you know what? He actually, despite being quite mentally ill and quite leftist, he actually seems like he might be open to reason in some ways. Like once he calms down in his initial anger against the server, maybe he'd be willing to actually talk. Probably interesting.
Who knows?
Tanuki Cutie says it's a France level of art, yeah. Oh, Somnus has posted Euthio's suicide note. Chat, press 1 if you'd like us to read through Euthio's suicide note for nostalgia and retrospective purposes on stream.
Shall I read it?
You can if you like, Ginger. I was going to read it out on stream. Is there a particular reason that you want to?
I've never read it before, so it would be a blind read if I did it.
I have no problem with you hopping on the stream, Ginger, sure. Welcome, welcome.
Hello there. I'm going to tune into your screen share before I accidentally double-click Apprentice.
You would not be the first. And hey, chat, I fixed the on-screen like pop-up Discord display thing here. Despite the fact I'm using a very different Discord setup now, I managed to get that fixed. I have plans to create in the near future a revolutionary piece of technology that will allow access to that kind of data through Desktop, which currently you can't get from an outside perspective on the same PC. But I know how to make something that will allow you to do it. I will probably do that soon. And then I will go back to just needing to use 2 clients. Can you do multiple logins in one Desktop session, actually? Because if you can, I could just do 2 clients in one window.
Not sure.
Yeah, I'll figure that out later. I still need to reconfigure my Desktop because you can do all kinds of plugins on it. I haven't added them back, but I will do that at some point, including a few particular ones that I used to have about 6 months ago for something I needed, which I haven't put back on. Eric says, Uslu's strategy to make sure there's enough content to fill a stream. Have Ginger read a wall of text. This is going to be a 3-part stream. If I can spin out the community thing to be most of the stream or the entire stream, I'll be happy with that. And to be honest, so will the rest of you. Ginger, when you're ready. Can you read it okay?
Yes, I can read it fine. I have it open up on a different bot.
No worries.
So I'm leaving this fucking awful community.
Hold on.
Back in 2015.
The comma between awful and community is really out of place. So I'm leaving this fucking awful community. Yeah. Well, Ginger, I don't have the quality of memory to commentate after you've read stuff out. So if I interrupt, I apologize, but we'll do it in bits.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll start from fresh since we're so far into it already.
Yes.
So I'm leaving this fucking awful community. Back in 2015 to 2017, it was fun. There was fun banter and disagreements in policy.
Small correction there.
No, it failed.
Created in 2016.
Yes.
So Euthio, I don't know why you said 2015. Like, it may have been created like right at the end of 2015, but he wasn't in it until 2016. I'm pretty sure. Tanuki Cutie, if you want to send Twitch bits, I think I can actually receive them as real money. So go ahead and send them. They're not well integrated with my systems, but if you have them and you'd like to send them to me, go for it. Thank you. Go ahead, Ginger.
No, it's filled with people who support Jim Jordan, pedo defender, Trump, multiple cases of underage girls claiming rape in Epstein's parties by Trump, Trump killing 200,000 people and growing.
That was UFO claiming that Trump's COVID policies were responsible for every single COVID death reported, and that therefore Trump had killed 200,000. Trump had killed 200,000 people himself. As we know now, the deaths from the virus, of course, weren't his fault directly, and the way he dealt with the policy was pretty good, mostly, except for allowing Fauci any leeway. But the idea that he did it personally is fucking hilarious. And then, of course, the exaggeration of the statistics, the number would be way lower than that in reality.
I am astonished at that being his logic.
Anyway.
Anyway.
No, but that was what it was.
Multiple cases of underage girls claiming rape in Epstein's parties by Trump. Trump killing 200,000 people and growing. Trump defending Epstein's co-conspirator. Defense of Trump's escalation of wars in every continent, including Antarctica.
Yeah. No, it doesn't say every continent. It says every continent.
Oh, yes, you're right.
This is why I'm a good proofreader. People always ask me to proofread.
Yeah. And you guys you guys overlook all these crimes against humanity on racist grounds and, quote, comma, I want my taxes lowered. No, close.
Quote doesn't close, yeah. Considering how long this is, and considering he probably typed this and like drafted it and reviewed it many times, he didn't fix that, did he?
Oh, no. I see where the close quote is. It might take a little while to get there.
It's still all the quote until then, is it?
Well, clearly, that's how quotes work. Human are literally suffering in this world. When I called people fascist, I was really calling them subhumans. I don't understand how Corrine, Badman, Bright, and SCP-049 have such disdain for humanity.
Disdain. Not disdain, disdain. All right, a couple of things. Firstly, way to fucking out yourself, UFO. I was really calling them subhumans, all right? It's not the kind of thing you'd usually admit. And SCP-049 was Dr. Allegedly, by the way. I'm pretty sure. He was very nice. Yeah. I don't know why UFO would be so mean about him.
I vaguely remember him going by such a name at one
point.
By the way, am I wrong in thinking that is the correct spelling for disdain?
No, it's disdain. Disdain is different. Maybe destain. You're removing a stain.
I'm not 100% sure about that, but then again, I'm not the most competent speller, so I'll take your word for it.
I am the most competent speller. Let me look it up. Disdain. Yes, it is indeed with a D.
Fair enough. I don't understand psychopathy. That is psychopathy, right? Yeah, that's definitely psychopathy.
He spelled that correctly.
Yep. I don't understand I don't understand such hate.
Are you starting to regret your offer, Ginger? You were here when this guy was, weren't you? Or were you?
I was, but I still wasn't. I wasn't very prominent back then. Oh my god, that is.
Yeah, this is a bit of nostalgia. This is UFO's suicide note. UFO was the original Falco, and now Falco has left. We figured we'd go through this for all time's sake. And to see if there's any relevance to today. I mean, we've already had the Trump Epstein reference. It's arguably relevant.
So, I don't understand such hateful people when they've never walked a mile in the shoes of people who have to be subjected to the worst life has to offer. I've lost all hope in the aforementioned people. Oh, so we're people again now. Great. They have defended their insidious ideologies from every angle possible. Any psychologist would label them true psychopaths. All I ever advocated is that poor people have healthcare, have a job that can pay for food and rent, have the right to vote, have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to be applied to America. If that's communist, America was communist when they won World War II and the years after. I am astonished that that was actually as comprehensible as what it was.
Yeah, you managed to go like 3 sentences
faith.
without fucking it up.
Yeah, it was very impressive. Since I have lost faith in this server, I must leave for my own health. My girlfriend died in March. Oh, that's a bit sad. My friend committed suicide in May from PTSD from his time in Iraq, and my mother is dying this morning. I mean, to be fair to whoever this fellow was, those are legitimately good reasons to quit internet.
Yes.
Yeah, but this is also approaching Hillary Clinton levels of people around you dying.
That, I mean, there is that. But like, obviously, he had good reasons to be emotionally sort of compromised and volatile at that time. But then he should have made it about that. Like, if it was about, if it was a combination of both, fine. But it seems more likely that one thing sort of significantly knocked it over the edge. And if this just happened, then he might have been thinking like, I want a break from the internet. I can't handle people disagreeing with me. Here's my justification. Here's my excuse, my get out of Cabal free card, my way of saying it's their fault, not mine.
See, something that I've been saying for a while now is that the internet is a place that requires a certain currency to be able to make use of. And that currency is mental health.
Yeah.
You earn that currency by operating within the natural world, and some people are naturally gifted with more of it upon birth than others. People who do not have a sufficient amount of mental health should stay off of the internet, for all they will do is going to the debt of mental health, and in doing so become, well, euphoria.
Interesting way of wording it, yeah. There's more.
Indeed, there is. I shall continue. Since I have lost faith in this server, I must leave for my own health. Oh, yes, I did that one already. Death comes for us all. Humanity's only hope is compassion, not owning the libs. No, wait, no, I mean, close quote, owning the libs. And, close quote, free Kekistan. And whatever dumb meme pushed by the elites.
Mean, not meme.
Yes. I don't blame you at Oozaloo. Space, full stop. You have run a great channel since the day you started. You have
Only
always
Falco would say
had
something so nice.
integrity. However, with the shift in your viewers from centrists to right-wing statist.
Eufio was called himself an anarcho-syndicalist, which is like bottom left of the political compass, but not quite in the extreme left, just a little bit more right of that. Well, he's kind of a communist, but less radically leftist about being communist, but anarchist, basically. So, yeah, statist to him, he would not make a distinction between a pretty standard conservative with some modern populist views and Adolf fucking Hitler, like most leftists. But to him, it was more so because he was an anarchic thinker than a leftist thinker that he did that, interestingly.
Leftists can't grasp the concept of nuance. We know this.
Certainly not these days. Maybe never, actually. Not sure. Well, Wolf says literally just a comment. Anarcho-syndicalism is very similar to communism. Yeah. arguably a subcategory of communism.
However, with the shift in your viewers from centrists to right-wing statists / reactionaries, the content has suffered a bit. I don't hold that against you. Things just happen out of our control, and we simply have to adjust. Take care, Uzulu. Presumably, there should be a close quote there at the end.
No, Ted, this is not the Misfits founder. That would be... well, there's three of them.
Morkai.
There's Morkai, Morkai's Gut, and the rest of Morkai's Gut. They were the three founders of Misfits. But no, as far as I hear, Misfits is basically dissolved now. It was a den of degenerates and mentally ill faggots, and not mentally ill faggots as well, because it was a lot of people who were homosexual that left on the basis of their homosexuality being the cause of them being mocked. And it's really interesting that the more I learn about the people that left to go join Wes, the more I learn, really the same reasons as Misfits, that a lot of them were actually secretly gay or, didn't like the way things were on the basis of their homosexuality, which I didn't realize at the time, but maybe it's true. Interesting idea.
It's funny because so many ended up there as well.
So many what, sorry?
So many of those Misfit guys, they ended up there as well.
Quite a few of them did, yeah. We're building up some antis over the years, chat. And, having enemies doesn't mean you're definitely doing something right. But I think in this case, tracking what's happened, I think it's because we are. I think it's because we're doing the right thing against people that have lust for power. Very little principles.
Well, you know what they say about the bomber that's getting all the flack? He's right over the target.
Yeah. So this post from Euphio, we refer to it as his suicide note, but it's not as bad as some others. There were some during the Misfits drama which were much more deliberately anti-Cabal. This one was a little cringe. It's like, if you want to leave, are you really going to go through the process of announcing your full details for doing it? If you're leaving, do you really care what people think when you do? Especially because he didn't want to talk to any of us again, so why would he do this? But whatever. As I say, this is not the worst one, but this is the first one that we referred to as a suicide note, because after this, he just left immediately. At least he didn't ping everyone with this one like the Misfits did, because the Misfits were trying to harm Cabal when they left by pinging in Billboard at everyone. Now, perhaps some of you know why, for the last few months, Billboard pings have been more restricted. I do need to design a system, and I have an idea for one, but I need to build the system that would make the whole Billboard ping system better, a bit more rigorous, a bit more controllable, but still provide you guys with the facilities to ping about events. Thank you, Eric, for cheering for Euthio. And that brings us onto a different topic, which is the TP board. Now, I mentioned in the pre-stream, but I'll explain again, I have made a small change to the TP board, which is a bug fix, basically. What I noticed today was that since yesterday, 8-Bit Picky, who is now in 6th, had been in about 6th yesterday, roughly 6th at the end of the stream yesterday, or at like 1 a.m. this morning. And then today, just before the stream, I checked it again, and 8-Bit Picky had dropped right off the board, right down to like 13th or something crazy. I thought, that's weird. Nothing else around where 8-Bit Picky was has moved. The way the decay is meant to work is everything decays, like it stays in its order, it just shrinks down to 0 at a rate that's faster the higher it is. It just shrinks down towards 0. That's supposed to be the pattern, but it wasn't. 8-Bit had dropped right out of the top 10. Everything else had been shrinking down at a relatively normal rate. I realized the reason it was happening is because if there had been a while since the last contribution, because the way the decay rate works is it goes through every contribution, and every time it hits a new one, it applies the decay for the time between them. And then it goes to the next one, applies the decay for that time. Of course, on the last chunk of decay, the way that applies is a bit different. What it's doing is every time it applies the decay, it takes the decay rate that it should be at the beginning of the period of decay, and then applies it across the whole period. Which is, it's okay most of the time, because the period is usually like a day or so. But if the period is like 9 days, then it will take the rate at the beginning and decay for that rate the entire 9 days, rather than having the rate adjust as the value gets lower. So the rate, instead of going down like that, the rate just stays at a linear speed the whole time, which is not supposed to, which means the decay would be way faster for any user who has a high score currently, or for whom it's been a long time since they had a contribution that was significant. So basically with 8-Bit, it had been longer since anyone contributed for 8-Bit Kitty, So 8-bit kitty dropped way off the board. And the way I fixed it was I did a number of samples. So during the decay period, it samples currently 10 times between them. So it just reduces the problem. In order to reduce it further, I can increase the sample rate, but it will increase the CPU usage, but not by very much. Having applied that fix, you can turn your minds back on now, those of you that turn them off. Having applied that fix, the board has changed a little bit, but it's because that's how it's supposed to be. Any changes it's made is because it's fixed now compared to what it was before. Thank you, Tanuki Cutie. Hey, this system is still set up apparently for showing the bits on the display. It probably won't. Actually, you know what? It might affect the stream systems. Tanuki Cutie says toxins be purged, right? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, do you mean for Falco and Zach? A sock puppet show going on in chat, says Somnus. So yeah, the board is now as it should be. Briefly, Quattro, what happened briefly while I was testing it, and I thought I'd fixed it, but then I decided to fix it properly. Hey, is Quattro even there?
I'm here.
Yeah, earlier while I was testing it before the stream, I thought I'd fixed it, and it was in an intermediate state where the board was quite different. What had happened in that intermediate state?
It had me at number 3 for some reason.
It did. Quattro would have been kitten, Charcusi. What I did there was I just took the decay rate at the beginning of the period and at the end, and then took the average, which you'd think would be equivalent to sampling, but no, it's not that accurate. So 10 samples is good. So aren't you glad I then went back and fixed it properly?
Yes.
Yeah,
Indeed.
so chat, if you would like to correct this series of injustices, you can vote for Charcusi to be kitten by cheering and then including the word Charcusi in your message, or contributing via tip.oozloo.net or fund.oozloo.net, including Charcusi in your contribution message. Of course, there are other things.
Or if you don't,
that you could mention. Go on.
you know, you could also not engage in financial warfare against a Jew, and then perhaps even cheer for Glussy Mathussy, since he's had it too good for too long.
Bright, Hall of Fame does not currently still give coins now. I've been working on a system for a while. I've had like 2 approaches at it that have both been public, but have not completed, of a new Ooze economy system that will wrap everything together. I am now working on the 3rd attempt, which is going to be quite similar to this system, but solve a lot of its problems. Kieran has voted for Charglussy.
Oh no.
Someone says, so what is the Cabal
seen
policy
that
for ban
coming.
evasion anyway? It's not allowed. Ban evasion is not allowed. Can I get this up quickly? We'll talk properly about the Falco ban as well, by the way. Where is it? Is it evasion? There we go. Attempting to invade any tangible aspect of an official action, including shedding negative roles or permission settings or using alternative accounts after being banned, is prohibited. Terminal violators are subject to reprimand without warning. So if I get even the slightest hint that there's an account in here that is Falco-like, is acting like Falco in some way, oh, they'll be banned so fast. Anyway, who have we got in chat right now? Hello, Fatco Jack and Lecker Feast Pomp. How are you two doing? Look like very normal users. Falco, no falking. This Marsh. Malcatillo says, I'm evading a ban by not breaking the rules. It's an interesting way of interpreting it. Let me just go and ban you now. Tanuki Cutie says, right, other forms of war against a Jew it is then. Okay, let's not take that too far.
Yeah, I know. You got to break out the ovens for that.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Or as they're otherwise known, the Jewish bunk beds.
So yeah, I think Baked Alaska, which is the joke name we were going to give to Zach, is still in 5th on the TP board. But I don't think that's going to get much higher now. So if you guys want to try and get someone else to kitten, the nearest option now is a nigger monster. But he's a fair way off. But Ginger's right here on stream. Hey, you could hear his reaction live.
I still don't understand how that's gotten so high. Matthias seems to have some weird obsession with me.
It is because of Matthias, yes. He was the one mostly contributing towards it. But chat, he's been away or inactive for the last couple of days. If you wanted to use this opportunity to take advantage of it and to try and make him kitten, then Glussi Mathussi is currently the highest item that includes his name in it. Or are you all just afraid, Matthias? You're all quaking in your wee booties, terrified of what the big bad Matthias might do to you, eh?
I don't know, I'm smelling a bit of cowardice. Hope I'm wrong about that, though. But you can prove me wrong quite easily.
Mm-hmm. Bryce says, I cannot fight Matthias, for he supports tomboys and is my brother in this war. Well, you could support Matthias for kitten and also support tomboy supremacy. No one's stopping you doing that.
Indeed. And not only do I think you should do that, but if you were to do that, that would then encourage Matthias to donate more, therefore further boosting tomboys and supremacy.
Indeed.
Dude, that's a good argument. If anything, Bright, by not fighting Matthias on this, you are hurting tomboy supremacy.
Indeed.
True.
Remember, chat, the most efficient way, monetarily, to get User coins is to become a patron on Subscribestar. You get a 30% bonus of your contribution via Subscribestar in User coins. So if you were to give the equivalent of 10 quid a month, you would get 13 quid in User coins. But that's not the case with any other method. Bright says, that's a good argument. Cheer 1000, Glussi Mathussi. There it is. You've got another supporter for Glussi Mathussi. I don't know why that didn't post the TP board, actually. It's supposed to do that after every change. That's weird. Have a look.
Oh.
I'm not sure why that didn't post, actually.
Glossy really didn't like that.
Oh, no. No, it looks like it did cheer, right? Have a look. TP board, see if it renders like this. There we go. Ooh, just dropped some frames there. That's weird. Right now, though. That's odd. Glussi Mathussi is still in 12th. I think it's still behind Glussi. TP Glussi Mathussi. It is still behind it. I mean, what Bright just gave was 10, and the scores there are in quid. So it does still have quite a fair way to go, but it could be achieved if people wanted enough. And I do think it would be an interesting project. How long has it been, chat, since Matthias was even at risk of being kidnapped? I think maybe it's never happened in Cabal's entire history. You could make history.
Yeah,
Speaking
and
of-
you know what? I can say that my entire time here, I've never seen it happen. And I know because I joined before him. Joined before him.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah,
Here about
Quattro
a week
was
before him.
Quattro was a much quieter user back in the beginning.
So you've just been in the closet the entire time. Oh, fair enough.
Well, no. Within the first couple of days that I was here, I was actually on stream and calling Jack a retard because of his economic takes. It's just I was under a different name because
Yeah.
Discord forced everyone to change their names.
So,
Well, you see, the thing is, Bright, Quattro has been kidding.
Yes. I have already undergone my rite of passage multiple times, mind you.
true, he has. Let me check something quickly. All right. So we have the matter to discuss of why Falco was banned from Cabal. So let's talk about the series of events that occurred. Falco, as you all know, is not very well liked. He is, in fact, as I said earlier, he's put in a lot of effort throughout his life to make himself caustic to all human life, socially. That is, he's deeply uncooperative and unfriendly in everywhere. And really, it's hard to even state how effective he is at pushing people away from him, and just how nasty he is to everyone, beyond the normal bounds of of human discourse, I feel. He has been like that for years, and people don't like him very much. Now, I've been recommending to people to just ignore him, just block him or don't respond to his messages or whatever. But either people can't help it or some people enjoy talking to him, which is very strange to me, but just enough did that he was able to keep talking to people. I had a lot of requests of people wanting me to reduce his access because he really did shit up everywhere he spoke. Now, Cabal is a free speech environment, rigidly. So I was reluctant to reduce someone's access to speech. But there are still areas that have less absolutely open rules. Like the curated collections channels are explicitly curated. The channels that everyone's guaranteed is Commons and Cesspool. That's the public square. Pits as well. But no other channel is necessarily guaranteed, though hopefully you would all agree that the free speech standards, even outside of the official public square, are very generous. So Falco would always be guaranteed those. But he was able to use the curated collections channels, gaming, meme shrine, news, etc. And I had frequently got complaints from people saying that he shit them up regularly. Now, I hadn't actually looked into it yet. I hadn't had the time. I was going to, but I was going to look into it and see if it was more a case of he commented on something honestly, and then someone attacked him, and then a conversation ensued that no one enjoyed. Or if it was more so he deliberately poked the hornet's nest and tried to induce aggressive political conversation or just aggressive off-topic conversation in channels. I suspect it was a bit of both. But if it was more the latter, or if it was even often the latter, then I would have been well within my rights as defined in the server to curate him out of those channels. I hadn't got around to that yet, but luckily he pulled the trigger for us because several times throughout the history of the server, he has said some very unpleasant and unsettling things about children, namely, often, mostly, about transing children, because he's a big old leftist and he can't help but support transing children, which I view as, I say this as an atheist, demonic. And he supported it. Now, despite the fact that that is a disgusting position, it is also presently politically contentious. And so I always felt it would be wrong to treat it in the sort of objective terms of how disgusting it truly is, but instead to treat it as a politically contentious matter and thus amenable to free expression. Still, I wouldn't want to censor or reduce anyone's access to the server on the basis of their honest opinions anyway, but even if I were to, under other circumstances for that extreme exception, I was reluctant to do it here because it is politically contentious. So many of the things he said about children, which were often disgusting, were unfortunately within the realm of politically contentious, so I didn't. Now, I still don't think any of them would necessarily have been worthy of reducing his access, but you could argue some of them were, and certainly at a different time they could have been. But then he took it a bit too far recently. He was going down the line of essentially questioning the whole notion of childhood innocence, questioning the whole notion that children should not be involved in sex, and going further than he had before. And what happened was it wasn't considered a rule violation because it was not. It's still expression. It's still his opinion. It's just rather extreme. But what changed is that I believed it got past the level where it was reasonable to consider him a security risk. This has happened with Erasm and Wick as well. Hello, Wick. Because they both did things that pretty clearly indicated pedophilic intent or taste. And that, just that being there is enough for me to think that there is a potential or likely case for them posting something which violates the child sexual exploitation rule, or perhaps another one that's related. And that's a genuine security risk. And so they need to lose level 1 for that so that they have less access on the server. There's less places they can post. There's less risk of them doing it. Embeds don't work, stuff like that. So level 0 is the role for people that we don't believe are secure or likely to follow the rules. They don't get banned and they still have access to speak freely in the public square, but they're significantly limited. And because of Falco's newly stated positions, extreme positions on child sexual abuse, I believed it was no longer appropriate for me to prevent demotion proposals on the basis of he's not truly a security threat, because at that point I couldn't really make that defense. It was pretty much, it was good enough to say that, yeah, fair enough. I can't really oppose this on the grounds of he's not a security risk. So he didn't break any rules in that case. He was not being demoted for rule violations. It was demotion on the basis that level 1 was not an appropriate role for him, on the basis of determination by the level 3 voting system in enrollment. It's very rare that anyone loses those lower roles, because I will always oppose it and overrule the vetoes if it does not meet the requirements. Level 3 can't be overruled, but for level 2 and 1, they can be overruled for specific reasons. Level 1 has to be for security reasons, and level 2 has to be for reasons relating to your personal contact with the person. So it can't just be, I don't know him. It has to be like, I've met him and encountered this. So that's the way those work. But with Falco, I was not going to overrule it. So he was demoted to white name for that reason. Now, after that, I was surprised not to hear a lot of gnashing of teeth after he was demoted. I was surprised not to hear a lot of whining and claims that I was censoring him, which I'm sure he did make. I just didn't hear about them. I'm guessing because he did it in commons and I had him blocked, so I didn't see them. But then recently, and that was like, what's that, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, something like that. Recently, then, yesterday, I was just sitting here happily coding a silly little project. Actually, not silly little project. It's foundation for a lot of the things I'll be working on. Coding it, halfway through writing a single line of code, I see a Discord notification pop up at Oozaloo from, I think it was Spooner in Commons. And it didn't have a message, it was just at Oozaloo. And I thought, that's odd. I'll check that in a minute. Kept writing the line of code. And then another one pops up like 3 seconds later, which is also at Oozaloo with no message. And I thought, those are links. Those are people pointing me to a message. And they've just arrived at the same time. This could be someone posting CP. I've got to check it right away. So I went and checked it right away. And they were just links to Falco's messages. Screenshots of, I think screenshots or the message itself of Falco talking about reporting people in Cabal. And actually threatening to report people in Cabal, or speaking hypothetically as if he was going to, saying that it won't do any harm, or even it hasn't done any harm, depending on which statement we're talking about here. And this definitely passed the qualifications for the censorship rule that we have, which is relatively recently added, but I think justified. And I'll read the rule for you now. It says, taking actions, including making threats, likely to reduce the effective free expression of a significant portion of Cabal's members for reasons outside the enforcement of our policies, including by the destruction of Cabal in part or in whole, or making credible threats to take actions likely to do so, is prohibited. As an addendum, the apparent need for a threat or similar information to be publicized and spread before it would have this effect is not a valid cause for leniency. And then there's an exception for public interest. There's an exception for reports to law enforcement for genuine real-life crimes. And there's also details on why this is the case about reports to the platform, which I can read you out in a minute. But before I'll explain. And there's a link to the charter page, by the way. So Falco's initial messages, it wasn't super clear. Oh, hello, Aiden. It wasn't super clear that he was saying that he had reported people, but it was a threat to do so. And it was a threat clearly in retaliation, just below the surface of implication of what he was saying. A retaliation for what I had done in demoting him. So he did that, and people were linking to it. Now, people had said in the past, I bet he's reporting people. And yeah, he might have been. But we just had no way of knowing, and I can't ban someone on the basis of a mere suspicion. I'm pretty sure that he reported people around his doxing months and months ago, but that was because we didn't have policies in place to deal with it, because the doxing policy was kind of old and needed to be updated. So it didn't apply, and I wouldn't apply retroactively, so I had sympathy for him reporting people on that basis. That was the only time that there was an exception there. More recently, when he said that he'd been doing it, that was different. So I come back, I have to see that that's happened. And then at that point, it was not exactly clear to me what I should do, because I thought, okay, for years, I've been operating on the assumption that he probably isn't reporting people, that he doesn't like people here, that he also relies on this community too much to try to get himself, to try and damage it, to try and get it taken down, to keep people out of it. He would be as lost without this place as the rest of us would. So I'd always assumed he probably isn't reporting people, and we have no evidence, so we can't really act on that basis anyway. The moment he intonated that he would be or was reporting people or was willing to use that as leverage, there was no way any other course of action was going to be taken. There was no way that he was even going to be allowed to stay in the server. Because as long as he could view commons, he was going to be able to report people in there. He was definitely in violation of this policy. If it were a different policy, if it wasn't something that you could do just by being able to view the channel with us not knowing you're doing it, then maybe it would have just been like a last warning or something, maybe. But because it's a policy that's this extreme, and a policy where you can't tell they're doing it, where the only way you know is if they do it, and the threat itself can lead to censorship as well. It's too severe and it's too unknowable, and he's already been on warnings for various things, and then it got worse because I put him in. I tell you, I could just ban him right now. I could just ban him on this basis because it's that bad. However, I will deliberate with people before I do so because it's a big move. So I figure, okay, we'll imprison him and we will discuss the matter. So I put him in the Cabal jail, but knowing that every second he's in there, he could be searching back through old posts and just mass reporting people, trying to get as many people taken down as he could. So I knew I had to act quickly. So I start pinging Watchmen. I asked them the question. Obviously, they will say fucking ban him, but I wanted to make sure. And there were some who were giving more nuanced answers. So we went through a bit of discussion, but it was clear that there was really only one way to take it. And while we were talking about this, by the way, the stuff in the arbitration thread is all public record because that stuff's all public. So all the discussion with him about what was happening is all public. You can see in his first messages, the wording clearly implies that he had already been reporting people. Maybe he was lying, but we can't tell, so we go by what you claim. And given that, I didn't even notice that at the time. If I had, it would have been a much easier decision, but I think I already made the right choice. After brief conversation with him, in which he did not display any amount of even claiming it was a joke. He was just criticizing me for reducing his roles on the basis of displaying pedo intentions. He kept doubling down. He kept making it a problem. And so I just at some point said, you've given me the justification everyone wanted you to give me. Well done, Falco. No one will miss you. And then banned him. I don't like to ban people. But this day was inevitably going to come at some point and couldn't have happened to a nicer person. Put it that way. There's many people in the server who deserve, in some sense, in some greater sense, a ban less than he does. And yeah, no one will miss him. Except the very few people who enjoyed the circus sideshow freak attraction, in which case we will simply find a new lolcow. But yeah, that is the story of Falco. He was here for a long time, but because of the nature of what he was banned for, realistically, we can't ever unban him. Now, there's an argument to be made that this rule doesn't make any sense because any white name could see the same content. And if we punish people for admitting they've been reporting people, then it will disincentivize more admissions in future. And that's maybe open for debate. But the problem with it is threats of reporting could be an attempt to gain leverage over the server, which is completely undue. And that's, I'll fucking ban them personally if they try and do that to me, trying to affect my policies by threatening to censor us. I'll just ban you personally. I don't give a fuck at that point. But
you also don't want to have secret rules.
Well, yeah, I mean, true. That's not what I'm proposing. But yes, if I'm going to ban them on that basis, it should be a rule. So the fact that it could be attempted to use as leverage, it should be a rule for that reason. And the one other time this was used, I can't remember the exact details. It was someone else. I think actually it was Poe. They threatened to report stuff in Cabal. Also, banning someone and then having to use an alt, it does make it a bit less convenient for them than their main account. So there's at least a small justification there. So that's the story of how Falco got banned. And I wonder if anyone thinks it was not justified. But to be honest, even if under normal circumstances people would, even if there's a few people in here that would think that the policy decision was wrong, they wouldn't defend Falco because he's so extremely unpleasant that he's completely burned every bridge he even could possibly have had. So I'm not saying that people would violate their principles, but where there is a less than absolute answer in principle, where it's a debatable case, it's not worth having the debate because it's not worth defending. So
It seems.
is there anyone who thinks that there was a problem with this policy with this course of action? Ram says, I just wanted the poor retard to get a job. Well, we'll talk now about what happens next with him. Because Falco treated this server as therapy. And that's my wording, not his, but it is based on what he said. He treated this server as therapy in that he has an utterly, just grievously shitty life. It's not even that it's painful. It's just completely vacant and dominated by state control and a shitty place to live, like in a big, poor Democrat city. And he has no idea how to better his personal situation. So he is a product of his environment, absolutely. But he's absolutely not trying to make it better for himself. In fact, he's making it worse. But because he is in such a shitty life situation, and because he probably got the wrong guidance from his parents as a child, because he's also mental illness, I think he's probably never had any positive reinforcement from doing something good. And that is a tragic pathology. But he plays right into it. So all that sympathy flies out the window. And so since then, he has tried nothing but negative actions just to get any attention. And in so doing, he's found that, he's actually quite good at being utterly detestable. So he's willing to play the villain everywhere he goes. But he does it because it's literally Cabal is the only place that he was able to actually speak. Because nowhere else, not even leftist servers, wanted him. Because nowhere else has the genuine free speech standards that we do. Trust me, none of us really wanted him either. But Cabal, unlike every other Discord server that I know of, actually has free speech standards that we follow. So Falco was actually able to be here. And he's been banned from leftist servers for how he speaks in Cabal. Just to give you an idea, he's isolated from everywhere. And now he's taken it too far in Cabal as well. At some point, some parent should have told him no. And maybe they did. Maybe he didn't listen for some reason, and it never resolved. So he has no concept of boundaries and no reason to do better in life because there's no positive incentives out there for him. It is tragic, but as I said, he's burned away all sympathy within the first 5 minutes of talking to him for most people. So now that he does not have Cabal anymore, or that he doesn't have this place to get his therapy, who knows what might happen to him? Maybe he will stop relying on all the potential positive reinforcement for him have been taken away, and now so have the negative ones. Where the hell will he go now? What will he do for attention? Who the hell will he talk to? He might try and find some new community to talk at, but it's not likely he'd be able to stay there for very long. He used the N-word as much as any of us did. He might try and find a new community, but they probably ban him pretty quickly. He probably wouldn't get anywhere near the attention he would there that he did here. He might try and better himself, try and improve his life. Frankly, given his situation, that's not going to be easy. And he has a long way to go psychologically. He needs to become colossally humble, which I think he's not capable of. I think it may just be that there's no practical path in reality that would allow him to recover some sense of being a reasonable human being. So that's not likely, but it's possible. Taking this away might be just the shock he needs. Or he might kill himself. Just for the record, Falco, I do not wish for you to kill yourself, though I do not speak on behalf of everyone in Cabal. I hope that you...
That sounds like a better alternative than being Falco.
I hope that you get your shit together, which is going to be extremely difficult. You're going to have to basically unpick everything you are, Falco. I wouldn't say that to anyone else. You're going to have to uproot your entire personality to get to something reasonable. And I don't think you can. Especially not now that I've told you to. The other option for Falco is what he may soon realize is his best option, which is that I have created a new Discord server called Cabal's Gutter. And Cabal's Gutter will not support quite the same free speech standards as normal Cabal. I already banned Wick from Cabal's Gutter because Wick is, to me, disgusting. And I wanted to, so I did. Cabal's Gutter does not have the kind of guarantees that Cabal does. You know, most people will be absolutely fine there. But I will ban people there if I feel like it. Something that a lot of people in Cabal have asked me to do in Cabal, by the way, but in Cabal's Gutter I will just do that because I don't care. Cabal's Gutter is just there as just the gutter, the shit outlet. And to that server, Falco has an invitation. Just bear in mind that if you join Cabal's Gutter, you are at risk of being reported by Falco if he ever joins, which he hasn't yet. I think he is stubbornly refusing to join, but Falco, if you're listening, that is the closest you're going to get to what you had in Cabal. And I know you wanted it because you were here every single day. This is the closest you're going to get now. People that want to talk to you for some reason will join that server and talk to you. And the conversation will happen there. That's the closest you're going to get. And if there was any hope of you ever rejoining Cabal, which is vanishingly unlikely, that's how it's going to happen. So that's the current situation. If you guys want an invite to Cabal's Gutter, it's in the Falco thread. Just go up to there's a category of channels in Cabal called Justice. And in there is a thread, a channel arbitration. And in there's a thread, Falco violating censorship rule. And in there is a link to Cabal's Gutter. I recommend that you don't join. That's odd, isn't it? Me recommending you don't join one of my Discord servers. I recommend that you don't join. But if you want the possible chance of encountering Falco, if by some chance he joins that server, then you join. That's where you go. As Spooner says, if you do join, I recommend that you join with an alt, because if you say the N-word in there, he'll report you. Parry's not active in that server and probably won't ever be. Bear that in mind. You will have no protections there from Discord censorship. But you can, if you want, go there to talk to Falco. If he ever joins it, which he hasn't yet. So that is now an option, and that is the best option Falco has if he wants to continue with some semblance of what he already had and clearly enjoyed. So that is there, available for you. So, yes, it's rather interesting that the debate he was having last, as he got banned, was, it seems that Falco was saying that milk is not stored in breasts. I guess that's indicative of the level of experience Falco has with breasts.
I mean, I don't think he's ever actually seen a woman.
Indeed. Just the carers that occasionally stop by. Aiden says milk is stored in the balls.
Aiden, everybody makes that error. It's milk is stored in the orbs. Get it right.
You know, it's
By the way,
potential that's stored in the balls.
By the way, speaking of orbs, this is the state of the houses. Truly disgraceful how far behind Cauldron being in the lead currently the other houses are. Like milky Orbos. House as Pierre. Actually, I don't know how Cauldron is in the lead. That's a bit strange. Did anyone actually vote for Cauldron recently? I would have thought Spire would be in the lead. Cauldron's apparently quite a long way ahead. I'm not sure why, actually. They both got tips recently by the looks of it. Not sure why. Either way, I think the code is less buggy now than it has been recently, so that's probably accurate. Eric says, I flew a little closer to the sun. Did you support Cauldron? So, yes. Well, chat, hey, if you support the recent policy choices, if you support the community that just banned Falco, then you can contribute via tip.oozloo.net or funder.oozloo.net. It really does help. The community and the streams are 100% community supported. And every little helps. Even if you want to send a small amount, you're welcome to. Eric's just renaming Zach and cursing. Did you contributed like a lot at once? Did you just include Cauldron in that? Could have been it. How much money would I have to pay you in order to get what are likely his alts banished? That's not a service I'm willing to offer for any amount within reason, because it would potentially be against my principles. What do you mean democracy is working, Aiden? The voting system is a pay-to-win system. It's not democracy. Outside of reasons is bright. I'm not going to pretend that there isn't an amount of money that someone could pay me to buy Cabal from me. It would be silly to pretend that there's no amount. If someone offered me £1 billion for Cabal, I'm sorry, chat, I'd probably say yes and then build something parallel later. I'm afraid to say, $1 billion's quite a lot. $1 million, I might actually question that, because over the entire, I rely on Cabal quite a lot. Over its entire lifetime, I may actually be able to earn rather a lot of money by innovating and using Cabal as a basis. $1 million might not be enough. $1 billion, though, yeah, I could do a lot with £1 billion. So that...
What about more billion?
Indeed. So that might do it. So I'm not going to pretend that there isn't an amount. However, that's why I said within reason. Because in order for me to be willing to violate my principles in Cabal and to do something that I think is wrong, someone would have to buy Cabal from me and do it themselves. Kieran says, Cheerfire, give me the damn server. Charglussi, Cybussy Smith, Glussimathussy, a nigger monster. Thank you, Kieran. That 5 is going to help a lot in the TP board. JPEG says, $1 billion is so much money, you could build 100 new Cabals and still retire comfortably. That's sort of my point. Yeah, it would have to be a ridiculous amount. It would have to be more money than I think I could ever earn from Cabal myself. Ow. Somnus says, the penalty for ban evasion is an IP ban. That means alt removal wouldn't require payment anyway. Why do so many people misunderstand how IP works? Your IP changes every month. Your IP changes the moment you switch to a VPN. Your IP is the same as your fucking brother and father and mother on the same network. IP bans are almost never used these days. Almost never used. And they were only ever useful when you didn't need an account or when accounts were trivial to make. These days, accounts are a little difficult to make and they have a lot of checks when you make the account. And when an account is banned, it's better banning an account than banning an IP. If you ban an IP, they can still use a VPN. If you ban the account, they have to go and make a new account, which is more awkward than using a VPN. So I don't know why people think it's worth bringing up IP bans. It hasn't been a relevant concept for years. Even if we had IP banned, oh, by the way, fun fact, if an account is banned, then Discord does manage IP stuff on the back end. So it's close enough to an IP ban anyway. But yeah, if we had IP banned Falco, you could still make new accounts and just have to use a VPN to join, and it would solve the problem immediately. So I'm glad that it's not an IP ban. Back in the days of TeamSpeak and such, IP bans were usable, but they were not really very useful because people could just use a VPN and get straight around it. So there's no reason to think that that it would make any difference. We'll talk about the alts in a minute. What were you going to say, Ginger?
I was just going to say, I think you have it wrong. What it actually is that an IP address is just the digital version of your real life address. And not only can you use one to work out the other, but if you ban an IP address, you ban everybody in that house. All a VPN does is just make it so that other people's computers think you're in France.
Several parts of that are wrong. I think you're joking. I'm not exactly sure.
Yes, I'm joking.
Good.
But
Yes.
you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised at how effective that is in explaining people who have no idea what an IP address is to people who don't actually need to know it. If you're talking to like a 60-year-old woman who asks you what's an IP address, just explain it as it's the same as your real address, just for computers. And they'll go, oh, okay. And that gives them a vague enough understanding for all the purposes that they need it for.
So if you say like it's an identification that your house has to the wider internet. That's accurate and simple enough. So yeah, if you IP ban someone, their entire house can't connect to your thing, which is why IP bans are not very often used these days. Yeah, it could be bright, but they still have to. Yes, it could be useful in that case. But Discord will manage that in most cases. But it's still pretty easy to just ban the alts. What was I going to say? Yeah, you can identify someone's location from an IP, but only an approximate location, and it's not always accurate because it's somewhat heuristic. Aiden says the entire island of Guernsey is IP banned from 4chan. Really? That's surprising. I guess you need to use a VPN then. That's interesting.
Those damn Jannies.
Okay,
So,
Aiden. That is the topic of a quite amazing stream that you could do. What you could do is you could just do a stream of yourself attempting to navigate 4chan and just being IP banned. That would genuinely get a lot of traffic, I think.
I don't know, maybe. So, chat, should we talk about a couple of the new accounts that have joined the server? Have you noticed anything weird about the new accounts? Anyone? Boost.
Nothing at all.
Well, there are a few new ones. And I think some people they've been asking me to take certain actions against the accounts. I'm not sure why. Yeah. Yes, Eric, not all IPs change. But as a security model, you should assume they do, because it's pointless to assume otherwise. But yeah, Bright is correct. In that one situation where you've got lots of accounts that have been pre-created joining at once from one network, in that situation, IP ban could be useful. But as I say, I think Discord does do some IP stuff in the background, so I think you might be limited to joining a server with multiple alts if one of them gets banned. But still, it's a lot of alts to burn all at once. Lekker Feast Pomp says, because you have no action to take against me. What made you think I was talking about you? Weird. There've been a few new joiners recently. I mean, there's been Erich Walsh rather, and there's been Undercover Spectre. There's been Belisarius joined left. Jackalope has already got level 1. I don't see any other particularly interesting new joining accounts recently. Chat, do you? Do you guys see any?
No.
Interesting. Maybe this is another server. Can somehow scan for alts using a bot. Nope, it can't. I'll tell you what they're doing. They are using a existing database of known alts. Something I've considered doing here, but we don't really need to. What that means is that it's not a scan, it's just a search. And they would not catch all of them. If you made a new alt, that'd be done. But yes, that defends pretty well. Like if your server's constantly under attack, yeah, you'd need something like that. Ours isn't. If it ever is, then I'd get something like that. But yeah. So that's all of those things covered. Is there anything else, Chad, that is worth asking about all this situation? Is there anything else that's changed recently? Go on.
Specifically about the Falco thing, or are you
really
getting
just
onto
any
the,
community stuff, really.
I have the new comics.
Ooh. Prove it.
Do you?
Oh, yeah, of course. We can talk
Hey,
about Baked Zach as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you
that
like...
was quite an interesting turn of events.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Ted, are you there? Would you like to come on and you and Quattro can sort of explain the story in order because both of you are the ones involved? Right. New triple comic dropped. In fact, this
Cool.
explains the beginning of it. So let's see. Duneland. So Ted runs the Cabal Dune clan, and he's been recruiting people to Cabal from there. And this is Ted here on the left, I believe. It says, howdy neighbor, do you want to merge our guilds together? Sure, I just got to make sure my grandson/son is on board with this. And there he is. There he is. Ted says, so my guild is in a community that promotes free speech. And this one says, free speech? Are there Nazis? Ted says, yeah, there's Nazis, and there are a few in Cabal, not that many though. And then he says, in Boomer, racist is degeneracy, pedophilia is degeneracy, bestiality is degeneracy, incest is degeneracy, necrophilia is degeneracy. You're all cut from the same cloth. And that was pretty much the message that he was not quite spamming, but posting repeatedly about every 5-10 minutes for about 28 hours in Commons. And yes, he never spelled or used the correct your. In fact, he later changed it to something incomprehensible. He kept modifying the copy paster here to make it like less and less like legible, less and less comprehensible. The necrophilia thing wasn't in there originally. We said, hey, you've listed all these things as degenerate, but you haven't listed everything. Do you think necrophilia isn't degenerate? And so he just added it on. And then, of course, what we noticed about this Zach guy, in fact, do we have a picture of him? Let's see. I may have saved a picture from last time. Oh, I don't have it open. Chat, can someone post the picture of Zach's profile page? Yeah, there he is. Can someone post a picture of there? Oh yeah, thank you, Triple. That's fantastic. This is not quite how I remember it actually, but yeah. Do we have a normal resolution picture of Zach? Do I have it in one of these? Maybe this one. Is this it, or is this another meme? It's close enough.
Well, of course, we have the superior clone.
I love all these fake ones. Can someone post the original real one, please? This is a picture of Zach that's been lightly modified with a hand, but you can kind of make out from this that he has a pretty extended chin. If you'll appreciate the perspective here. A fairly extended chin. And the funny thing is, the reason that the comic here says grandson/son is because it was never quite clear to us. Thank you, Wolf. We're getting closer. Never quite clear to us. Thank you, Odysseus. That's the same one again. It was never quite clear to us. This is all from Ted's experience. I never met the guy, but it's never quite clear from us whether this guy that he first talked to was the grandfather or father of Zach. And once we saw Zach's, shall we say, Habsburg chin, we started to think, maybe the ambiguity about how this guy was related to Zach is actually because he's both father and grandfather.
Indeed.
So, yeah, thank you, Wolf. Oh, low resolution copy, fantastic. That's all right. Combine the massive chin with the ambiguity about the grandfather-father thing, and people were then calling him inbred as kind of a joke along with this line. But then that became pretty much the only thing Zach himself called anyone else. He was calling everyone inbred. And I can tell you the projector reactions were flying. Because holy shit. The case was just
legendary. It rocketed him to the top of the popularity board.
He got into Hall of Fame for his posts, just getting reactions from people mocking him. But yeah. So that was Zach. That was a day that Cabal was here. In Cabal that Zach was here. That was an interesting day. Quattro, why don't you tell us a bit more? Because you remember much more details, and then you can explain after some more of the details exactly what happened most recently.
Well, I believe Ted has said that he's ready to join as well. If you'd like to bring him in here to do a tag team.
Yes, so he has. Welcome, Ted.
Well, hello there.
Yeah, says he not only got into the Hall of Fame, he got into the top 10 in Hall of Fame. Yes, he did. He did briefly.
Top 5.
Isn't he? I thought he was in the 4th place right now.
Oh shit! Yeah, he's in 4th. Jesus, that was up way higher than I thought it was. Yeah, he got so many posts into Hall of Fame. He got into 4th place in the Hall of Fame leaderboard.
Truly one of Cabal's greatest memers, and all of them homemade too. All of them are original bangers.
Yeah. So if you don't understand, if you don't know, chat, the Hall of Fame isn't trying to rate necessarily raw quality. It's trying to rate how much interaction. How much interaction a post gets, how engaging it is.
A very high quality lolcow, if you ask me.
So I have not laughed like that in some time.
Weeble, is that a face merge of Zach and Falco?
Even if you were to grab every single shekel in Quattro's father's bank account, you could not buy that kind of entertainment.
So, Ted, why don't you tell us a bit more about the origin story, and then we can intersperse it with Quattro's experiences talking to the guy and wrap up with what happened most recently.
Well, as the new chronicler, I would say Triple X Cat's comic is very accurate. Basically how it went down. We were just kind of talking with his grandfather, don't know. And we got along very well, you know, because we were neighbors with each other, just across the street in the side of the world of Dune. And he was like, hey, you know, I think actually he was the one who originally brought up the problem. I'm not sure. But it's something we're both like, yeah, we're getting along very well. And so, yeah. And before I invite him, like, hey, by the way, it's the free speech Discord server. It's not for everyone. But if you want to check it out, see if it's right for you and your guild, come on over. And we were talking in Discord, having a good time. He invited his son or grandson, or son-grandson, to see if he would like it or not. He comes in, he's like, so this is a free speech server. I was like, yes. Are there Nazis in here? I was like, yeah, there's some of them. And he proceeded to spurg and leave the chat. And his grandfather, and I were like, well, I guess it's not going to work out like that. That's fine. You'll just focus on your family. And you probably should just play with your family. It's all good, dude. Fast forward a little bit later, and we get ambushed by his son and some of his group in the great deep desert, the greatest of deserts. And the next morning, we see what we saw. The great spurgeting.
It's all still public record in comments, by the way, chat. You can find all his messages. He racked up more messages in one day than some people have in the several months they've been in the server.
Several years.
The catalyst basically was just me saying that white people should care about their own race more. And then he decided to lose his shit for over 24 hours straight with a 4-hour nap.
Yeah. We'll see. 1.3 thousand messages in 24 hours. Very impressive. The first person to answer baked Zach to his Nazi question was Falco. Of course it was. That doesn't help, does it?
Yeah. Now, what's really funny to me is that initially he was typing up what we thought was a copy pasta every time before he realized that he could just copy and paste.
Not the brightest
It took
bulb.
him several hours to realize that.
Oh, I think Steven just brought up a point that Falco made sure to point out that Baked Zach was one of the most normal people he's ever saw.
Yes.
Yes, Falco, a reliable witness for what normal is. Yeah. Yes, plug.
Also, who are these leaky people here?
Zach has a Twitch channel, and all that's left on there is clips. It's been years since he's used it. But here's an example. This is what his chin looks like in person. You judge for yourself, chat, how Habsburgian that is. He is apparently German, which is close. I think Habsburgs were like Austro-Hungarian, so it's close to German.
It's German. One thing I've noticed, leftists often do like to project, and so since he made such a huge emphasis on making sure everyone knew that they are inbreded, I think it's actually
Yeah,
he is the one who may be just slightly
maybe.
grandfathered, fathered in.
Maybe a little bit, yeah. Bright has been enhancing the chin gradually.
And we need more enhancement.
Yeah, here's an actual Habsburg for comparison. And then here's Zach. So it's debatable. Maybe it's not, but it looks more like it in the original here. He definitely has some degree of an underbite, I think, which is usually associated with inbreeding. Had meme chin from the front, Habsburg from the side. Maybe, but I think this chin is getting chadlier by the moment. You got the enhanced version and then the super enhanced version.
You know, I bet when
You know
he was in
what?
school, the kids probably called him the Crimson Chin.
You know what? With in that second version that Bright's made, I
Mhm.
genuinely think that needs to be sent to him, because if I was in his position, I'd use that unironically.
Yeah, it makes him look quite Chadley, unfortunately, which is not
It
really the
does.
person we saw. This is the
You
person
should
we
always
saw.
aspire to be better than what you
He
are
made
now.
the mistake of telling me that he was upset by us pretending to be him. Because here's the thing. He can criticize everyone except for himself. So when we're all him, he can't criticize us.
Yes, everyone dressed as Zach for the day. Everyone changed their profile picture and their name to be some variant of Zach. Some people went for Asian Zach. Some people went for Black Zach, and various other combinations therein.
Mm.
One of my
It's
favorite
wonderful.
things about the whole entire event was the whole entire time I was trying to, I was like, texting his father, being our father. Your son is having a mental breakdown and is becoming a lolcow for over 1,000 people. You should consider talking with him, intervening, and getting him to calm down. And that was like 3 hours in, and his father never responded. But he decided that would be a great own. Like, look at Ted. He is trying to care about my mental well-being and get me to make actions that will improve it. And of course, he's accusing me of being an evil, Nazi who wants to kill all the Jews. And while that's happening, the actual Jew is saying, "I'm going to rape you to death."
I wonder if the actual Jew in question can confirm that he indeed was saying that.
Well, I mean, you can look at my posts in Hall of Fame. They're there. In fact, why don't you pull up a few of them? Good
you have any-
measure.
Do you have any choice examples you'd like me to focus on?
It's the left. I will defend
Let's
the ethnic
see.
minorities against the evil Nazis. Ethnic minorities. I'm going to rape you.
See if I can find some.
Kill shot. These
There's
will
one from
probably be
Die
out
as
of
well.
order. Ah, yes.
I got a few recently by arguing with this guy. Possibly Falco as well. A lot of Zach related ones, all right near each other. Almost got an
there
entire end
is,
tower in order into Hall of Fame, actually.
If you'd like to, here we go. Here's one.
In live chat, that's my personal favorite screenshot of the event of him attacking transgendered individuals within our community.
Unbelievable.
And
Quattro,
when you look at his, go ahead.
Quattro, would you like to read this out as if you were saying it to the man himself?
I've got another as well. This one came before, though.
All right.
And I said to him, I don't care if you're allergic to nuts. I'm going to nut down your tight little throat and you can't stop me.
Yep. And that got into Hall of Fame. And then there was this one, which is almost
Yes,
as popular.
There's more as well. I'm still looking through here.
Quattro casually threatening to shatter the jaw of Zach with his Giga Schlong, as he put it.
Yes. This was in response to something that 8-Ball, who was also in character, had said.
This is some very imaginative homosexuality.
Indeed, it is. I had to get really creative, right? And of course, there's this classic right here. Let me
wait.
drop this in live chat.
That was one of my personal favorite from you. That one was particularly humorous.
This one.
Oh, there was also another amazing one from Cybersmith, interestingly.
Cybersmith. That made me oh my god.
Yeah, this is a Cybersmith original. He made this himself. I didn't think he did because he's used his own face. And the main reason I didn't think he made this is because it's funny. First Cybersmith meme that's funny. I'm guessing that he took inspiration from someone else. Or maybe
Not only was it
So,
go ahead.
maybe
So
someone else
Spooner
made the
basically
original
put out a
with
bounty
the text,
to
and then
make
Falco,
it.
and then Cybersmith put the thing on there.
You apologize to
also
Cybersmith right this
this one.
instant.
And then there's this one. There you go. Yeah, triple.
That was one of the best memes in Cabal ever. That Triple Dice Cat there of Cybersmith. Just the comical timing could not have been better. Right before the N Tower, F Tower.
Ooh, there's also this one.
It's Quattro gloating. Jimmy Numale, soy genius.
Ooh, I almost forgot about this banger. So this one here. Just a simple image reply.
Yeah,
He
and
has
then
read it, so
as
therefore
Wolf
he
points
must
out,
die.
yes, as Wolf points out, we also had this. This is a record I think we're all very proud of. We got a successful N tower, not just of the letters, but of actual. Each one was a ping to Zach, then the letter NIGGER. Then it wasn't just an N tower; it was an NF tower, a full successful first attempt NF tower with pings. That was glorious and so unlikely, but we got it. First attempt. And then there's one of his fine copy pastas. And then there's me with equals so proud. Yeah, this was a great moment. I think I put this one in culture.
He also confirmed that at one point he had a girlfriend, a guy in real life.
Yeah, here's a picture Kieran has sent to demonstrate the relationship between Cybersmith and Zach, and the point at which they interacted. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Yeah, it's a pretty glorious tower. It really is.
Indeed. Yeah, this is what Bake Zach will see in his nightmares.
Mm-hmm. His girlfriend named Chuck.
Perhaps I should tell his father to go read the Berserk series so he could have some more context and enjoyment for it.
So, did anything else happen while he was here, or shall we move on to what happened most recently?
Well, there was, of course, the soy jack that was made, as I believe we've already seen.
Yes. This one.
Point up Cat's greatest works.
Yep.
Indeed.
with absolutely no imperfections or mistakes whatsoever. But as long as no one notices, as long as I don't point them out to people, they won't notice, so it's fine.
It
Yeah,
will make it better for us, though, Father Psalm.
I somehow don't think the context of Donovan? I don't know what that means.
The character in question that I've been posting at him.
Right. Gotcha.
I know you don't know how to read Uzlu, but if you ever learn, it is one of the greatest comic book series ever made.
I don't know if it's for me.
Genuinely.
But yes, thank you. I believe it was Triple that made this from the start. With the correctly colored broccoli hair. The correctly proportioned chin.
Biblically accurate, even.
I suppose so. Thank you, Aiden. So, Quattro, what was the most recent thing that happened with Zach?
Well, why don't I grab the message in question?
I'll get the screenshot up. I think it's there. It
you
is.
have it?
I'll get it now.
Okay.
Right. There we go. If you like, you could read it out, or we could just show it.
I think I'd like to preface it first.
All right.
Because I saw him continuing to crash out for well over 24 hours by this point. And I'm thinking to myself, he's getting more and more unhinged, and he seems to be getting quite delirious. What if I were to drop character for a moment and just give him a genuine piece of advice? See what he does with it. Because either A, I get more justification to continue, or B, he takes a step back and reevaluates his life, which both are positive outcomes for me. Or C, he spurgs out even more. Or there's also the other possibility he ignores it. He took the least likely option. I was very surprised by this. I'm still kind of reeling that it actually worked.
Yeah.
I hadn't intended for it to.
This is what Quattro sent, and we'll get to that in a second. But first, there's a new Triple comic, so we're going to go immediately to that. Triple, have you seen Quattro? Asks me. To which Triple says, he's in the Jewish bunk bed, TM, with the others. Not sure which one he is, though. Here's all the different versions. This was the Clone Wars, the Clone Saga.
Yeah. Well, see, I demonstrated that I was the superior clone.
The Ag out Zach. I didn't see that one.
Yeah, that was 8 balls.
Of course it was. So yeah, this was the message that Quattro sent in my favorite font. I may have slightly edited
Would you like
my
me to
client.
read this one out?
If you'd like to, go for it. If you want people to hear it.
Sure. All right. Look, I'm going to break character here for a moment and attempt to give you the kind of advice that your father never did, but really should have. Get off the internet. Like, for good. You clearly can't handle it. Such a profound level of mental illness that I cannot believe you have an easy time functioning offline if this is how you act. You sincerely need to get help from a certified caregiver. Your father, I imagine, is so disappointed with how you turned out, and it distresses him greatly that you are like this. He likely often wonders where he went so wrong with you. The answer, however, is that you were clearly never beaten or in a fight in your life. I can tell that you've never been punched in the face before, because that's the sort of thing that changes you forever, whether you realize it or not. People like you are the reason why our society is so infantilized and sanitized, utterly bereft of any real soul anymore. You, and those like you, are to blame for never growing and holding back the rest of humanity with your inane whining. Until the day comes where you suddenly find yourself capable of self-reflection, you will remain this way, and actively depress your friends and family who will always be left wanting more, the more that you refuse to give because of your selfish and childish mentality. I know you likely won't even read this, let alone take it to heart, but I sincerely wish that you will grow as a person for your own benefit, even if I never cross paths with you again. Even in spite of all my previous comments towards you. I want you to prove me wrong, but I highly doubt you ever could.
And then
And he listened.
he sent a reply saying something along the lines of, you give me a lot to think about. Or what was it exactly?
You have moved me, is what he
yes.
said.
Yeah.
And then he left the server.
And then he left the server.
Honestly, one of the greatest Cabal success stories. I think, honestly, this may have hit him so hard that it actually made him have a reflection. And I do genuinely hope, and I think there's a very good chance, he has started a journey of self-improvement. And that might actually turn him base at some point. It might take him a couple years of processing, but I think he is going to get better. I really do.
I always thought with Zach that although he was clearly very damaged and whatever else, that there was a actual person under the surface there capable of self-reflection. I just got the vague sense of that. And I think he might be. I think his reaction to this, either he was just looking for any excuse to stop, and he couldn't just stop because he was stubborn. But as soon as he had this as an excuse, he could just say, it's moved me, and then leave, which still, his stubbornness probably would prevent that, but that's a possibility.
Yeah, I don't think he lied. I
Or-
don't think he lied about that because
Yeah.
he is very stubborn. I
Or
think
it's genuine.
I think Quattro,
and it's correct that he was
actually-
capable of reflection.
I think Quattro actually got through to him.
It's quite possible, I
I
think. Yeah,
genuinely do.
yeah, and that's more likely. So
But
yeah,
just keep in mind, moments before that, I was still in character, full on, and the
Yeah.
Hall of Fame posts kept flooding in and pinging him each time.
so I think it's
So you'd have to
it's-
see them twice.
I think it's possible that Zach could reflect, might come back to the server at some point, might interact normally with people here, might talk to people, might learn something, might become a bit less bigoted.
I did tell his father that he's welcome to come back anytime he wants to and actually talk to us about his ideas and views and
Yeah.
have actual human conversations. Like,
Very typically leftist, though, isn't it? Like, free speech server, any opinions are welcome. What, you mean people I don't like could talk there? Goes in and just fucking rants bollocks for a day straight. Rather than discussing the ideas, rather than trying to convince people or like win
I have a
over people to your
conspiracy
side.
theory to share.
Go on, Ginger.
I think that the father came into his computer. Poor choice of words.
Yes, it was a
His
poor choice of
father came
words.
into
I know what you mean.
His
well,
father
he
came
did
into
come
his
into
room.
his sister.
Shush. His father came into the man's room, went on his computer, typed out, "You have moved me," and immediately left the server.
That's quite possible. That's quite. If that was the case,
That's
you'd think Zach would have
good
rejoined by
conclusion
now.
too.
Hmm.
That's also legitimately a very possible thing as well, and at least that shows that his father cares and is trying to
Mm.
help.
I think if that
I
had been the
sincerely
case,
hope that
he'd have
he
joined
went
back.
to go
by
have
now.
a long talk with his dad and ask him how he could be a better son.
Maybe. JPEG says that's what.
the dad.
JPEG says that's what frustrated me with Zach the most. Even behind his dumbass copy pasta, I saw somebody who is not a total moron. I agree. Yeah. And he was a much more entertaining lolcow than Falco by far. And so I did think it was a shame that he left. Unfortunately, I did suspect he was going to yesterday. He didn't leave for the reason I thought he would. Actually, I thought he would just sort of say something nasty and then leave. But no, this was odd. This was unexpected.
I didn't expect that to be the killing blow
Yeah.
of all things.
But that is interesting. I think it proves that there is a person under there, perhaps covered with layers of leftism.
To me, it
Often a
seems like
leftist
he was
needs to
covering
kind of
for
bottom out
insecurity.
and
Yeah.
have these kind of moments for them to actually. It takes kind of a rock bottom moment. Like here
Yeah.
you are embarrassing yourself with like over 1,000 people looking at your text messages and being like, wow, this guy here is pretty retarded.
Indeed. Yeah, so that's the story. That's I believe we've covered now the entire details of what happened with both Falco and with Zach. Is there anything that we've missed? Anything at all community related recently that we have not mentioned here?
I guess we now have a new Cabal holiday. July the 14th.
Yeah, I suppose so. I'm not against naming Cabal 14th as a Cabal holiday. What should we call it, chap?
Cabal 14th. It's perfect.
Cabal
Lolcow
14th.
Remembrance Day.
Lolcow Remembrance Day. Okay, let's put some suggestions, and I'll make a poll, and we'll decide. So, I'll write them down on a notepad first. So, Cabal 14th, was it? Was that your suggestion, Ted? Lolcow
Yes.
Remembrance Day. You could call it Falco Independence Day. Possibility. Missed
Oh, we
banning.
got 2-for-1 special though.
Yeah, that's true. Hold on.
Retardance Day.
The night of the long spurgs. Retardance Day. It's quite good. The Great Lolcow Tipping. But it has to be because it's a national holiday. We have to name it in a similar way. Lolcow Memorial Day. Lolcow Memorial Day. We could use words commemoration somewhere. Ram, I've already got that one. Nigger faggot Involuntary Freedom Day. Something to do with lolcows and pastures. Okay, how about lolcow graduation day?
Make sure it's multiple choice because there's multiple bangers in there.
It will be, yeah. Retardance Day just has that ring, says Jackie. I think Retardance Day is pretty good. He graduated, yes, indeed. Would avoid any usage of Falco's name in particular, no point in making a day about him, indeed. That's true. Okay, any other suggestions, chat? Because if not, I'll make these the poll.
I have one.
Go on.
Falcont.
Falcont Day. That one.
No.
Mental Awareness
Not
Movement Day. Ooh,
Not
that's pretty
Falcont
good.
Day. Just Falcont.
Yeah, but that we're trying to
It's like
name.
Christmas.
We're trying to name a day.
It's like Easter. It's like Falcont. It's just the day he didn't.
The day he no longer. Glue Factory Day. You don't send cows to the glue factory. Well, you might do actually. I don't know, but it's not the meme that you do.
I think Agent Ice is onto something here.
Mental awareness and ligma day. Mold. Mental awareness and ligma day. Mold. That, I don't like that one very much, but we'll leave it in there. That's fine. All right. The ligma was terminal, it seems. True.
Indeed.
Falcons. All right. Any other suggestions, chat? Last chance to put your suggestion in. We got 10 options currently. Falco teenth. It is a teen day. I don't know how many options we can put in a poll. Falco teenth. All fags day. No, that's more like the Misfits. Day of the Jobless. Maybe. Zach claims to have a job, but then he also spent 24 hours awake spurging at us across a Monday. So I don't think it's very likely that he had a job.
Yeah, Uzalu, see what I've typed there, Falcont with the apostrophe. Make sure that it's put that way.
Yes, it does have that.
Excellent.
He said different things at different times, Pug. He said that he was unemployed and he said he's employed at different times. So we can say day of the jobless. All right, I'm gonna try and add these. Quattro's a rape fest. All right, let's try and add these. And I don't know how many answers we can actually put in there. Name of the day for commemoration of the sudden exit of both Falco and Zach. July 14th.
We can make more than one poll and make an elimination round between the two
We could
winners of
do.
both polls. So there's
We
more
could
than 10.
do. Yeah. Okay.
Stream has ended.
What?
Oh,
Where has it ended? Just on YouTube?
Your screen share just died, and yeah.
That's weird.
it looks like the audience screen share is still going.
Yeah. Let me fix
Indeed.
that.
Guys, if you can hear my voice, type 1.
There's no reason they won't be able to hear your voice.
Ah, very good.
Okay. Lolcow Remembrance Day. Falco Independence Day. The Night of the Long Spurgs. Retardance Day. Great Lolcow Tipping. Memorial Day. I think we're nearing the limit here. Day. Oh, no, still more. Falcont has space to be included. Falcont. Okay, that's the end. All right. Okay, I will make this a 24-hour poll. There are some options that won't be included on here because there isn't space. We could maybe put them in a separate poll. I will figure out what to do about that later, but I'll create this one first. There you go. There's the poll. It's got 24 hours. I will pin the message now. You can access it later. Go ahead and submit your votes, and you can vote for multiple options as well. There we go. I think Retardance Day is currently in the lead. It's probably going to stay that way. Oh, they actually added
Very well might.
smooth animations for the polls in Discord. Nice. 64 votes have been submitted. This is a popular poll.
65, 66. Nice. Getting there. We're almost there. 3 more.
We are
one
rapidly
more.
approaching the point where there are 2 votes for every person in the audience.
The votes are going down.
We're down to
I think
60.
it's being
What the fuck?
rigged.
Not sure why that's happening.
Voter intimidation. There we go. 69. Nice.
It must just be because there are people voting for multiple options.
Those probably aren't real. We have hit
Looks
69
like,
votes.
It's probably going to be. I think it's probably going to end up being Retardance Day. I mean, hey, that's a pretty good pick.
Yeah. Yeah, that would work. All right. Well, unless the poll turns around significantly, I think we'll call this Retardance Day. And I will open the screenshot of that.
Do
show.
keep an eye on it, because I suspect at the last hour of the evening, we will see a huge delivery of mail-in votes.
Maybe.
And then we'll have to extend the time of the poll for another several weeks. Just normal stuff.
Who was it that first suggested Retardance Day? It was Kieran. Well done, Kieran. As a reward for suggesting Retardance Day, Kieran, I will now give you the choice to cheer for anything you want on the board with 2,500 free user coins. I will cheer for you. You tell me the topics.
Ooh.
May I suggest Clovey, please? It is her birthday gift after all.
Just let me know what
That's weird.
topics you want me to cheer for. Kieran?
I believe we were just able to hear the sound of your earphone connecting.
It might have been loud enough that it came through the mic, but that's kind of weird. It probably shouldn't have been that loud.
Well, I just heard something again.
Yeah, I heard it too.
Really? That's weird.
Yes.
Oh, never mind. I think I know why that is. It shouldn't have been coming through the media channel. It should have been coming through system, but that shouldn't going to you. That's very strange that it was doing that. I will
whatever
look into that.
Whatever it was reminded me of some kind of sound effect from an early PS1 game.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I think it was the low battery warning for the earbud. I just had to switch them over, but that shouldn't be coming through any audio channel that you guys can hear. I'll have to look into that. By default, everything's supposed to go through the system, which just goes to me. It doesn't even duck anything. If it's going through media, that's... Wait, no, it can't even be going through media. Media's not routing to you. That's really weird then. How is it getting to you?
It looks like Uncle Ruckus will be choosing for him.
Looks like it.
I also appear to be able to hear
my boy
a
Boosh,
sound that...
If you want to do something really funny, put Glissy Mathusi up there.
I also seem to be able to hear a noise that sounds vaguely like a digitized version of a heavy mouse click on occasion.
Let me know if you hear it again. And the timing might give me a clue. Okay, Busak has made the choice. So Kieran said the first person to type nigger faggot after this can choose. Busak got it. And now Busak has chosen Glussi Mathusi.
Yeah.
2,500 Glussi Mathusi. Busak's got to stick together, whether with or without a tie.
Indeed.
So Glossy, it's your lucky day. You're being voted for. Congratulations. Why is that not outputting the TP when that happens? Usually it's supposed to output the TP board. That's really weird that it's not doing that. Either way, Glussi Mathusi has moved up a little bit, but it's not quite enough to get onto the top 11 yet. But it will happen. Twin sacks dangled together, says Busak.
Sacks do come in pairs.
For future upvoting of this one, make sure you do Glussi and Glussi Mathusi to keep them together.
Yes. Agreed.
I had the click.
Well, that probably wasn't me. I don't think that was anything from my end doing that.
It's possible it was someone else.
It might have been on your end. I didn't hear anything. Anything that was click-like, anyway. My hand's not even near my my mouse. Lucy Cybussy.
No, it was definitely...
It could be me muting my mic, perhaps.
Yes, it is.
Ah, right. Yes, that is Ted's mic. So there's a few more votes on the poll, but it hasn't changed the outcome. Retardance Day is currently the choice. Now, can I create an event which happens every year on a specific day? Event frequency. Annually. Yes, I can. On the 14th. Oh my fucking God. The way it works is I have to specify a date in the future, which means I have to spam click the next month button until it gets to July next year. Thanks, Discord.
Oof.
This shit. and I have to do it twice, once for the start date, once for the end date. Fuck you, Discord. Right. 14th. Start time 12 a.m., end time 11:45 p.m. And we called it Retardance Day. On this day, 2025, the dual lolcows, Falcashin and Baked Zach. Is it Zach with a C or a K? C.
The C.
Were vanquished from Cabal in commemoration of this event. What is the actual wording for the Independence Day movie? We should use the same wording. Independence Day movie speech. Not vanish for the fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive to do a celebrate Independence Day. Okay, we'll get some of that. Commemoration of this event. Today we celebrate our Retardance Day. Okay, good. Upload cover image. Don't mind if I do. Pick a choice screenshot. You can use the glossy fan art of me saying later.
Give you
Homer.
a picture of Donovan.
Maybe.
Could just use this. I believe that fits the right aspect ratio.
It's not 16:9. It's really wide. What could we use? Because
We
that
can't let
one's
the Jews keep getting away with this.
the Berserk reference is pretty esoteric.
Not that esoteric. And it is relevant as well.
True. I think this is probably the one to use. Although this is not about Falco.
Yeah, but it's gonna crop it down to a very wide aspect ratio.
Yeah, I'll stick with what I've got for now, and I will create event. Copy. Right, the event has been created. Chat. We'll therefore remember it every year when it comes around. There it is. Aiden says, "How does one
Wait, you see, it
celebrate
gets cut
Retardance
off.
Day?" Yeah, but it's all right. That's fine. It's not too bad. Good question. How does one celebrate Retardance Day?
Cabal celebrates it every day.
Aiden says, "Excellent. Finally, a holiday I am best at." AI video to dub the retard version of the Independence Day clip, maybe. Aiden says a holiday needs all sorts of things like food and rituals. Well, how about on that day? Well, what could we do that we don't already do? I was going to say on that day every day we bully out a retard, but that's what we do every day.
We will literally celebrate it every day of the week.
I
Remembering the retards of the past.
I propose that, given that this is Retardance Day, that on this day, in perpetuity, as many people as possible go into Commons and just shit up the place as much as possible with Falco-esque takes.
Or for the entire
So
day.
basically every day of the week.
Or for the entire day, we all have to come up with like a just ridiculous schizo rambling copy pasta and just post it every 10 minutes for at least a few hours each.
We all just become
That
big fat.
falls under shitting up the place usually.
True. Falco adjacent PFP mandatory, Kieran, maybe.
Yeah, you know what? It's a lolcow costume party.
Yes.
It's like a second Halloween.
That's perfect.
You can pick any lolcow
get
from
drunk,
Cabal's history to
and
dress up as,
we-
including the Sicilian.
Exactly. Any lolcow of Cabal's history.
Mm-hmm. It's like our Halloween celebration where we all dress up as each other. Except in this case, it'll be we dress up as someone that is no longer with us. Krista says a watch party for the movie Idiocracy. Maybe. I don't think I want to watch that once a year. It's not that good. Zenman has, for some reason, uttered the phrase Night of the living cat into this world. We do it 3 times this year now. We also do that for April 1st. Do we? Do we do costume parties for April 1st? Did we do that this year? I don't remember doing that. Kieran says just Cabal because the Amazing Atheist and Dev have ties by proxy with Di and Aiden. Do they? I don't think so. We did the swap once, maybe. So I can leave once a year and have an excuse to
a Cabal law cow. I mean,
Yes,
even
I
though he's
suppose so.
never been here, he has provided many laws.
True. Years for Jews.
Zach
yes.
is the gift that keeps on giving for 24 hours straight.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure his clients would agree. Aiden made Dev chimp out by being a good friend. Aiden, would you agree with that characterization?
Fact check
Keeps happening. It does
by
keep happening.
certified Cabal patriots.
Mm. Aiden, is there anyone that you've been friends with for a long time that hasn't punished you for that friendship? Does anyone come to mind? You woo so woo. Thank you, Aiden. Jackie says, Aiden, why you gotta be a good friend? Aiden, if you want to come on into the guest host room, you're welcome to, by the way. Yeah, there's the brainlet himself. Welcome, Aiden.
Yeah, hey, I had no idea what was going on. I just saw that you were live on YouTube, and I was like, sounds like shit's going down.
It's mostly a community stream. You know, Aiden, I don't know how it is for you in the streams that you do, but my community streams are by far the most attended, often the most contributed, and honestly the most fun as well.
To be more precise, it was Zach going down on Quattro.
Not by choice.
Oh, okay.
Kieran says that I'm 2 friends in one when doing the JF accent. Well, Lady Aiden, would you agree with that sentiment?
I just, Kino Casino just did a segment on JF the other day. Because there's rumors that he has fan de nu potato. Oh, and I learned something about Mama JF that's, I don't even, like, the woman was murdered, so I don't know if it's amazing. It's all very sad. But apparently, JF broke his cardinal rule of women should not work, which I kind of agree with. But anyway, would you like to know where Mama JF worked and what she did?
Was she like a council worker or something? Or was she like a secretary at the RCMP?
Where would a potato work?
In a field.
Doing what? Okay, but but if it is a potato doing human tasks.
As
a human
job
job.
in the government.
Beat sweeper? Government?
She worked at a potato museum selling chips. Allegedly.
That sounds like someone made up. That sounds like...
I know it does, but I want to believe it's true so much.
Look, reality is often more absurd.
I heard that from Andy Worski in PvP, so I have no idea if it's true or not, but I want to believe. Just get a poster with just like a floating potato on it.
I may have taken my pursuit of potatoes a little literally when I found myself at the Potato Museum, but I did not regret my visit because I picked up a rather nice spud, I must say.
He's got to be hanging around there a lot if he's found apparently he's found like a new girlfriend. I don't know. There's like these people who call themselves the Real Housewives of whatever the province is that he lives in or the city. And it's just like women who are obsessed, like a middle-aged women obsessed with true crime. So now they're obsessed with JF. And may or may not be digging around in his garbage. And anyway, they claim that they have found a pregnancy testing kit that was positive, but I don't know. It's all horrible.
Interesting.
Real Housewives of Montreal.
So-
That's it. Yes.
Speaking of law cows, how goes
you,
your
Paul.
friend Spooner?
Spooner's cool as far as I know.
Has he
I think it's
rejoined
fair.
the
Sure, you're referring to the
Broken
right
Crown server?
one.
Everything is cool with Spoon. He just everything has been fine. I think that there was obviously just some massive miscommunication, and everyone felt very silly. Apparently, Bill didn't feel
Utensils can be
silly.
very silly sometimes.
I didn't feel silly.
Well, speaking of that incident as well, aren't you now an admin of that server? Did we ever conclude the Doc Hawk question?
Oh,
No, I'm not going to do
okay.
anything.
Well, okay. So Doc has been a member for a long time,
Mhm.
even before this account that he's on now. He's been a member for forever. I know that he does stuff that pisses people off, and I have given him warnings on it. And I know now. I didn't know the extent of it. That I did tell him you can't ban people for disagreeing with you. You know what I mean? Like that's not
pretty
an
basic
appropriate
standard.
use
how
of the
many
ban.
He
times
was-
has
or
he
time
He
done
was
out
that?
button.
he was always giving me his brilliant insight on how I should be running Cabal. And it was always stuff like, hey, you should ban this person for this reason, ban this person. It was always stupid fucking reasons. And he was always so fucking confident in text. The moment I got him in voice, he was a little rabbit, little tiny bunny rabbit, couldn't express himself very well at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't like to. I really am extremely conflict averse, as the whole thing with Spoon was illustrative. I deeply do not like conflict. So, and I know that he annoys people in my server, the servers multiple, because he's like a Republican GOP kind of guy, which I don't know why my content appealed to him in the first place, but that's fine. I mean, it's absolutely fine.
Bad.
But just the reason why he has mod privileges is because he's been around for a very long time. And I don't want to throw somebody away who's been around for a really long time.
Well, now that he's got them,
Well,
you
as
can't
you
really
know,
take them
if
away.
you lose mod status in on the internet, you die in real life.
Yeah. Now that he's got them, it's
That's
hard
how
to take
that
them
works.
away. But Doc Chalk is one of the last people I'd give moderated to, I'm afraid. It's an easy...
No, I took his mod powers away.
Oh,
I
did you?
think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's good.
It
I'm
is,
pretty sure. Yes, I did. Unless I got cold feet and put them back, which might have happened, but no, I don't think so. It's been over a week now, so I can't remember what I did. I don't even have being drunk as an excuse. I just genuinely don't remember.
I was about to say.
No, I stopped drinking. I am having a drink tonight, but that's more because I
stopped
finished a
drinking
massive
as I'm
video
currently
and I'm
drinking.
celebrating. Oh, I mean, I used to drink half a liter a day, dude. You know, now I'm having a
You know, the
drink
most I
because
ever chugged was a
finished
half
my
liter of
video.
vodka in one go, in a single.
Well, I wouldn't do that.
I used
But-
to be quite the party animal in my youth.
I didn't get the memo where you're supposed to not just adapt that to just deal with life stuff, you know? Oh, well. Anywho, yeah, I don't know. I had a weird thing with banning somebody. Another YouTuber, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Something Poo. It had Poo in the name. I can't remember now. He contacted me and told me that he contacted me and told me Gilded Poo. That's it. He contacted me and told me.
Technically, Spoon has the word poo in his name.
Oh, that's true.
Thanks, Ginger. Appreciate that.
He is a little bit of a poo, too.
He's just a bit ornery, I'd say, Spoon. Anywho, this guy contacted me and he said that, there's this guy who's in your server who's in a whole bunch of people's servers. So he wasn't like calling me out, which, by the way, if you were actually trying to expose someone who is a piece of shit in Discord servers or wherever, that's how you do it. Not like in an accusatory manner, but rather, hey, this guy's in a lot of servers. I saw he's in yours. You should just be aware. Who was a convicted pedophile. And, well, I banned him immediately as soon as I saw the
I didn't know
proof of
Falco
it.
was in your server.
No, this guy, his name was Tyro Inchoate. And the thing is, he wasn't just a member, he was a mod, and it was this same thing where he had started watching and commenting on my channel like right when I started, I think even from some of my first videos. And so because he was very active, I made him a mod in the chat. I had no fucking idea. No one did. He was very active in a bunch of people's Discords, you know, as people of that persuasion tend to be. So, but that Gilded Pook guy also told me that I was the only person who banned him. Like he reached out to like 5 other YouTubers. I was the only person who not only responded but said holy shit and banned him. Yeah, like and I don't know. I only actually I showed up I think maybe like 30 or 40 minutes after you started. I didn't catch. People in the chat explained to me, but I didn't catch initially the what the pedo stuff was. But then I saw the butt plug thing, and yeah, that's very strange.
A plug thing?
What was it about?
I think
like
she's talking about Falco again.
Falco, yeah.
Yeah. Falco had some fucking choice quotes. But yeah, that wasn't the reason he was banned. That's just the reason he was demoted. And then in retaliation, he threatened to report people in the server. That's why he was banned.
Yeah.
I have on good authority that he was reporting people because he wrote me a note saying that he spared me. It's
Wait,
basically
reporting where, by the way? Reporting to what?
To Discord.
Discord, I assume.
Oh,
You know the system I have, Discord Parry, which sometimes replaces people's message with one that wouldn't get them in trouble. That should protect pretty much 100% of messages while it's active. But there's still messages from before that people have typed before that was active, which it can't protect. So people should be aware that if you have history of typing messages that Discord wouldn't like, you are potentially vulnerable.
oh my. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Well, I just assumed Discord's spying on everybody anyway.
They don't, I don't think they're deliberately filtering for bad messages. They will look at reports, but they're not deliberately filtering for bad messages.
Oh no, it's just why, I don't know. I would be careful with, I know people
might be too expensive, like CPU time wise and processing power for them to go through every single message with filters and algorithms and all that to check for the sorts of things that they'd want to.
Well, they could just do a simple text scan for the N-word, for example.
Yeah, or something like that.
I don't think they really wanted to. I think
positives.
I don't think Discord particularly wants to censor people because ultimately censoring people is bad for your bottom line. And I don't think the Discord admins are particularly ideological. The main reason companies do it is to avoid bad optics from the press. But the press has not been attacking Discord that much so far, interestingly.
And I would say this, you bring up a good point there, is that if Discord dropped somebody's logs because they were dropping N-bombs or, you know, politically incorrect shit, everyone would be off this app immediately, right? Like that's a death sentence.
Usually you do realize that Discord admins are furry pedophiles, right?
Yes, I know. And Wolf and Busek say that they're definitely ideological. The individuals might be. The policies for how they run Discord, not particularly. For whatever reason, for whatever that says about them, for whatever contradiction that might be for them personally. Yeah, again, Wolf, even if the TOS is written to support ideological precepts, the enforcement generally isn't. You know, when things get reported, then they actually follow their TOS, but they're not actually.
Well, the proof's in the pudding on that.
They're not
they haven't
aggressively
released,
pursuing it.
Again, as far as I know, Discord has not done that. They haven't released people's racist, whatever, you know, Discord servers, DMs and stuff like that. Even though pretty much everyone's on this platform. So, like, I'm sure there's all kinds of incriminating shit in that kind of capacity. People being racist and sexist or whatever.
My point is they're not so ideological that they view it as imperative to find every example of wrong think and attack it. And if they do, then they're not doing it very well. They're just so incompetent they can't even begin to, it's not difficult to do. They don't particularly want to pursue it. I think, sure, they're ideological, but they like money more than they like banning people that wrong think. So
money always wins out over ideology.
Well, it should.
And if you want this, and if you want this platform to have anyone on it, you can't start leaking people's private messages. Now, of course, you know individuals can leak each other's private messages. But
Well, I'm not even talking about leaking messages necessarily, just straight up banning people that use the N-word. Like, if they were truly
Oh, sure.
ideological and motivated in the running of their platform for ideological reasons primarily, they would just, at the moment you type the N-word, even client side, you just get banned instantly. They could just do that.
oh
And
yeah,
they'd only
And
have
I mean,
leftists left, and not even many of them.
well, I'm sure a lot of people who do the coding for this broken ass fucking app wear coding socks, but you know, I think still money wins out.
My
Speaking
issues
of
with
coding,
Discord
have you?
aren't
I just have a real
particularly
quick
the
question.
bugs. There's no, for an app of this size and complexity, the bugs aren't too bad. My issues with it are a few elements of just design choice. Those are the places I'd criticize them. Go on, Ed.
Oh, no, yeah, the design choices more than the. I feel like a lot of them are related. Have you been keeping up with the pirate software drama?
Little bit, yeah.
Oh, it's so entertaining. Just speaking of terrible code, but Discord does have that though as well. Yes.
Of course.
The issues with Discord, as I say, is mostly elements of design. Like, I've been saying for years that the way channels should be laid out is there's only one type of channel, it's just a channel. But every type of channel is text by default, but then can have a voice section like DM calls. And that would solve the problem, because currently they've got voice channels and text channels as separate things, and voice channels have this little embedded text channel that has a shitty UI that no one likes. And if many people are in a voice channel, it moves all the channels down the list to show them. If you do right-click hide members, it doesn't show all of them. It used to put them in a grid, which was lovely, but they've removed that feature. If they just made it like a DM call, then you could click on a channel and see everyone that's in there. And if you wanted to join, if you wanted to talk in voice with people that you're currently talking in text with, it's completely naturally connected on the exact same thing. And the UI is already exists for DM calls. You can just drag down the thing to show less of the text and more of the display. It's such an obvious choice to do it that way, but for some reason they didn't.
I don't know. YouTube's UI is the most fucking fucked up shit I've ever encountered, and they're one of the biggest tech companies on earth, and I mean, owned by Google, obviously, and they can't get their shit to work. I was just trying to watch some video the other day, and for whatever reason, whenever I paused it, it would just start it would pause and then fast forward or something, and put it on like cocaine mode. I don't know. It was very bizarre, and I've noticed that happening for a while. I can't stand YouTube's UI. It's unbelievable.
Speaking of Discord enforcement, Hatter has informed me that he just got done
a glitch,
with a 24-hour ban from a message that he posted in Cabal over 800 days ago.
That could have been Falco reporting it. Do you know what the message was? Because if it's something that isn't in Parry, I could add it. But unfortunately, from that long ago, Parry wouldn't have been active. But we can defend future messages from it.
I don't think Hatter would mind me saying, but the message that got reported was this. But that's also a good meme.
That's odd. There must have been something in the image.
It really is.
I assume there was an image attachment with it, but maybe there wasn't. Sometimes Discord will take people down if they're replying to something which is risky in such a way as to imply support for it. Maybe it was something racismus, and he replied to it, and they tried to get him for that. Yeah, well, it's nowhere near as good. It's not even close. It was such a bad idea to do it the way they did it. Is it possible to make Parry retroactive? Not while keeping the messages in order. The only reason it works as it does now is because it posts the message straight away. And even then, it sometimes reorders the messages. So if you send a message and then immediately someone else sends a message, then the Parry replication will often end up after theirs, even though you sent yours first. And that's very hard to avoid. But, you can imagine that that's within a second. Now imagine it if it's from a year ago. Obviously, the new message would appear now. It could be marked as, hey, this is a message from a year ago. But then what's the point? You wouldn't see it in the history anymore. So the best that we could do with Parry is to just delete your old messages if you want to, if you ask to. We could do that. We could use Parry's algorithm for searching for naughty words. And we could say, if you type in this command, it just goes to messages that are older than a certain point, maybe that you specify, and just run through and delete them all. That's quite a lot of API requests, and it would take a little bit of time to code that. But I could code that. It would protect people, but it would also delete the entire history of messages in Cabal. It's not ideal. Oh, really? Steven, that's interesting. Muzzle triggers it. Because Muzi, I think. I'm surprised that muzzle triggers it, actually. Let me have a look at that, actually. Because it will be because of Muzi. Yeah, okay, I see what I've done. Okay, that's not difficult to fix, actually. One change. I wish someone sort of fucking told me about that, because that's not hard to change. What I've done is I've said either muz y or muz ies, and the y and ies are like in an or bracket, so it's one of these two. But then after copying others that use that same pattern to create this rule, they had a question mark on the or thing where it could be either one. Like in kikes, for example, kike is its own word, but then it can either be followed by S for kikes, RY for kikery, or neither. So kike, kikes, or kikery, that matches all of them. With muzzies, muzzy and muzzies are the only two. Muzz isn't a thing on its own, so it shouldn't have been a question mark. Removing that question mark, which makes the or section optional, and then restarting parry, if you give me a second here, chat.
By the way, everything you just said is very clippable. Like that whole just explanation about the words I'm not going to repeat.
We get some amazing clips here, don't worry.
Especially for a 24-hour period.
Mm.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you heard what I'd said earlier.
I really wish Zach would have taken us on our offer to come join the voice chat with us.
Oh,
All right.
I
It's up,
do
chat.
think about that. Your idea about the what was it? What did you call it? The swamp rejects or Cabal rejects? I defaulted to
Cabal
calling
gutter.
it the swamp because
Thanks, Aiden.
I think my brain just went there.
That's
No, well,
years ago.
yeah, the swamp is many years ago.
You had a poison swamp?
Not
Well,
exactly.
A
Sort
lot
of.
of us met. I mean, I met Bill on the swamp. That was Knuckle Levi's server back in the day.
My favorite moment in the
Ah.
swamp, where there was a group of people that were in the swamp that were also in like a little side server that they used, and they decided that they didn't like Cabal very much. And
Many
and
such
so-
cases.
yes, and so there was a bit of a campaign they had trying to raid our server, and we got quite a few good hits on them. Me and the mods at one point pretended to be like, we all pretended to go to bed, made a big show of pretending to go to bed,
God,
knowing that they were
okay.
going to attack. And then they
This
attacked,
is
and we just
very
came
silly.
in. We just came in with the the HAL 9000. I'm sorry, Les Swamp. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. We all just post that at the same time and ban all their accounts. That was pretty fun. Before they got a chance to spam significantly. But the part I really enjoyed was
Sprung
Cabal's.
the trap on them.
Yes, Cabal's ultimate victory against that group, whose name has been lost to history because they're not really relevant. They're only relevant as a decent excuse for
I'm
this
curious
this
if you know
legend
anyone's,
of
if
Cabal's
you
history.
remember whose name or
No, I
anyone's name
don't.
from
I don't
that.
remember it. But what
Irrelevant,
happened was
so.
my final and ultimate victory was when I simply discussed with a good lad named Monster Demon.
Yeah.
I discussed the notion of, hey, you know what you should do? You should give me moderator powers in Les Swamp so I can ban them all. So I banned these people, these anti-Cabal people, from their own server. I think we won that conflict.
You've never done that before. It's not like I gave you mod powers in all of my servers
I
as
don't
well.
I don't misuse my
But you
mod
don't
powers.
abuse them. No, you
No,
don't.
indeed.
It's not difficult, by the way. Again, like for Doc, I guy's been around for a long time. So I don't want to. So I appreciate people who have been around for a long time, but yeah, you know.
Well, I'm afraid to say,
sometimes you got to do that.
It's an easy temptation to give powers to people that seem interested in matters of policy or have been around for a long time, as if it's a reward. but it should never be treated that way. Power should be given to people who have the temperament for it and who have the quality of character for it and who have the stake in the thing. And that's hard to measure. And for someone that, like you, who needs to spend a lot of your time editing and researching and doing all kinds of other stuff in your life, and you're not as like laser focused on community management as I am, it's difficult to ascertain that. It's difficult to figure out who those people should be that run the community.
Exactly. And I was basing it off of loyalty, right? Or and not blind loyalty, but just, you know, someone who's been around. And I appreciate, I genuinely do appreciate voices of dissent. And I think it was the same way with, I don't know how many interactions I had with this guy. I don't think a whole hell of a lot, Falco in question, but some, I think, but I don't think a whole hell of a lot. Anywho,
someone say one reaction is one too many.
Yeah.
Most would, yeah.
Well, now I've lost my train of thought. Doesn't matter what I'm saying something about. You do have to be careful with who you pick, and yeah, I just don't have the. I do not have the option of being able to moderate a community, and you do have to pick when you have a large community of any sort. You can't do it all yourself, so you do have to, no matter what, defer some of the responsibility to people that you trust, and it's difficult to find people to trust. You know,
there is one other option. You have such minimal and reasonable rules that you don't need to do any moderator stuff, or almost ever, which is basically what Cabal is.
I mean, I have very few rules.
Usually
and
the moderators complain when they have to do anything here.
Well, yeah, I mean, the way I have it set up is it's pretty simple. Like, I don't know why it is that people want to post pornography on a political and scientific YouTube channel's Discord server, but they do. So I have degenerate channels. There's only rules are like, you know, no doxing, nothing that is illegal by normal countries' laws. So I think it's specified, but like US, UK, you know, civilized fucking countries don't violate laws, and no. I would call it gray area, but that's like. So obviously no illegal pornography, but also nothing that's gray area. And that we have specific rules about no furry stuff, no lolly, nothing like that. Nothing that could possibly fall into that kind of jurisdiction. And I think that's all you can. That's like typical rules, I suppose. But
that Discord would turn a blind eye.
I don't have a rule against furry stuff. It's against what is it? I think there actually is a rule against furry, but I think it's more specifically like
I was making a joke,
yeah, I know, but dangerously furry. You know you know the chart. You know, like an anime girl with little cat ears. Fine. When it starts looking like Chester, what's his name? Yeah, Chester Cheeto. No. That's dangerous.
Dangerously cheesy, even.
So,
furry.
Do you have an estimate? Do you have any sort of idea of Aiden, of how big Broken Crown is in terms of membership compared to Cabal? What would be your estimate?
Yeah, I can find out real quick.
Well, no, I'm asking what your estimate
without
is.
Looking.
Yeah.
Well, our average live viewership is in like the 300s territory, so I'd imagine. With it also being people who don't, you know, tune in every single week or whatever, it's probably like 500 people. It's not huge.
It is about 600. I checked.
Hey, it's
Cabal.
It's just a little community.
What would you estimate that Cabal is?
I don't know. You know, I have obviously, you know, I have another my old Aiden Paladin Discord server
that we raided.
Yes, which is how we met. I don't have any idea with that one. How do I even find this out?
I could check for you. Actually, can I?
You should be able to.
That one that had 417. Has.
On a ton of Volt, there's really fewer people in it. Wow, that one's been around for forever. I guess I never promoted. So I've actually done a very strange thing in my new video. I didn't. I had some sponsors, but they were all like dicking me around and not responding to my emails very promptly. So I just said, you know what I'm going to do is actually shill my Patreon and subscribe star because I've literally never done it in like 7 years. I've never front-shouldered it. So,
Well, Cabal
There we
has
go.
1,500 members.
yeah, way bigger than any of mine.
The original server had 2,500, actually. It'd been around for a lot longer.
Yeah. And that's a,
Although now it's almost
exponentially
about the
more
same.
difficult thing to
Yeah.
manage.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe Broken Crown doesn't actually need moderators. I mean, Cabal has some, and I'm glad it does, but we've almost never actually needed them to do anything. But I suppose I pay a lot more attention to the server than you have time to. Because we have
You
quite
pay a
different
hell of a lot
approaches.
of attention.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, you've done something here. This is going to sound kiss-assy, but it's just the truth. You've done something here that no one else does pretty much on Discord. In that most people have the same approach that I do, which is here's a community for XYZ, whatever, or usually for a person or something like that. It's even if it's not explicitly someone's community, it's built around that. And you've incentivized people to come over here to have that because it is a community that's fostered. I wouldn't say like, I think fostered is the right word. Not like overly controlled or anything, but well, it's again when you raided my server the first time, and when we became friends after that, it was the first thing that happens as the meme goes. What is it? When does the bullying stop? And that's the best part. Never, never stops. That's what I mean by fostering a certain type of community. And some people will gel with that, and others won't. Obviously, but that's very unique on the internet in general. It reminds me of like old internet or old forums. You find this kind of like weird place that's very. It's not that it's insular, and that it's not that outsiders aren't welcome, but they've got their own culture, and that's hard to find anymore, honestly.
Cabal's basically one of the closest experiences you could have to the days of old on the internet.
That's what it reminds me of. Yeah, like my old Star Trek BBS.
Yeah, I don't know if anywhere else like Cabal. I haven't really looked though, so it might exist. But
I'm sure
Yeah.
there are tons of these places in the corners of the internet, but they are rare to find because most places are more corporatized, like mine. I mean, my servers are corporatized in the sense that I don't interact a whole hell of a lot unless I have something to show people. Which is why they pay to have access to it. It's like I've got something to show off, so that's why I'm showing off here. Like I previewed my video last week, but it took a while to finish it. I'm not high. Or not drunk. I'm high. Wow, that's proof of that, isn't it?
Didn't you just say you were drinking after saying you quit drinking other than today?
No, I do have drink. That's true, but I don't think I've had enough to be drunk. It's more I ate a weed gummy.
Aiden, I have quit drinking as she sips her alcohol beverage.
I explained my reasons. I think if you go real ham on it and go never, 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 then you're more likely to fuck up.
Or when you do fuck up, you're more likely to think, oh, well, I'm just not going to bother then. I couldn't meet the high standard. I won't bother to meet any standard. But if you name a standard which is decently high but achievable, you're more likely to actually get better results overall.
I didn't make a single drop for 5 months, man.
Yeah? No, that's very impressive. You told me about that.
I have largely replaced my use of marijuana with nicotine.
I don't know if that's better, but if it's helping you, dude.
Well, the nicotine
Whereas,
without the tar might be an improvement.
I mean, I vape.
Well,
sure.
I am
shit.
I am allegedly a homosexual, so I'm vaping.
Oh, let's go. I think as a woman, people call me gay for it, and it's like, what do you expect? I'm a woman. It's the same thing.
Well, all women are bi, one way or the other.
Exactly.
Agent Ice, Agent Ice and Kieran, stop trying to make me put on Archer for Cabal again. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. It's a great show.
Archer is great.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in years.
Aiden, we've been watching a bit of Fairy Tale recently. There's a new arc
Of what?
of Fairy Tale.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I have not watched
thank you,
Fairy
no
Tale
one. Fairy
in
Chads Rise Up.
15 years.
No, yes, you
So-
have. You joined us a few years ago to watch it
Oh,
briefly.
yeah. I watched a little bit of it, but I mean, last my regularly watched Fairy
Yeah.
Tale was 15 years ago.
JPEG,
It's a good
Archer
show.
is very good. It's, I think, my favorite cartoon comedy. But yes, no one is correct. Fairy Chads rise up. I've recently discovered that there's 2 people in Cabal of the relatively new people to join who are already fans of Fairy Tale who I can actually discuss it with. And it's Nomon and Mink, who are both
Hey.
much more likely to get roles as a result. But no, it's
Here's your benevolent king.
yes.
Actually,
new
you run
little
things quite
subcult.
democratically, as I noted earlier. You do
I
run
am
things quite democratically,
Yeah.
and
It's
it
a
is
constitutional
astonishing.
monarchy.
It's astonishing that it works. But maybe that's it. See, Uzlu is still king. Look, see, my monarchy arguments win again.
Well, I enact the choices, but as long as what they're choosing is one of the officially supported choices, which are just like role changes, then it is democratic because it's what they choose.
Yeah.
So yeah. Democracy, like monarchy, is a tool to reach decisions, and it depends
Yes.
where you use them and how you use them, but they're both useful in different circumstances.
That's the point, Nibon, of a constitutional monarchy. Even is that the monarch gets the final say.
Yeah. I mean, that's sort of meant to be the point of the U.S. Republic, where the president is stand-in for the monarch in
theory.
that case, and
Yes,
that's fine too.
yes.
I think it makes sense to have someone who is considered at least a check and balance upon the representatives of the people. Frankly, the more checks and balance, like the more houses you have without it being like too many to, of course, bloat and slow things down, the better. If you have 2 or maybe 3 major authorities with different methods for selecting them, who all get to have a say on this, maybe one could be hereditary, maybe one could be for life, one could be elected by region, one could be elected by popular vote, whatever you want to have, different ways of choosing. That's a good way of doing it. So constitution, monarchy, similar to republic, both work fine. They're both different.
Throughout
different
European
groups.
history, about half of the European monarchies were elective monarchies.
Not elected by
I'm gonna need
the entire
a-
people, I
a
assume.
source
But elected by
cited.
Yes,
on,
by the noble class.
yeah.
Okay,
When the
thank
king
you.
is
'Cause
dead,
they're
the noble
basically,
class will come together to elect a new of themselves.
Yeah, I describe monarchs in most of the time, not all the time, as essentially the chairman of those who already have power. They're there to regulate the differences between those that have power so that they can join together so that they can be even more powerful as a unit rather than being balkanized between their power.
Well, I'll
bases.
give you an example of why the people want a monarchy. Look what's happening with this stuff with Trump. I think it's the strongest argument for monarchy I've ever fucking seen in practice.
Oh no, we're going down the rabbit hole.
Have
Aiden,
you
last
heard
time-
of the recent
You invited
Trump
me to come
posting?
on, and you didn't think. Well,
You
uh,
brought up democracy. It's your fault.
that's true. I did slip. No,
Well, you know what? I've got
I
a
did,
great idea. Aiden, if,
That was my
if
bad.
you're able to stick around after the stream, I'm going to put on the first movie of Legend of the Galactic Heroes.
Oh
It's
yeah.
very
I do
pertinent
love
to the
Legend of Galactic
conversation.
Heroes.
Oh, she already knows
Oh,
it. He's
wonderful.
roping me into watching it. I have agreed to watch it even though it's subbed because he said it's so good.
You should
It's
watch the
11 out of
sub.
10.
Yeah,
I will be watching the
Legend
sub,
of
but I would
Galactic
much
Heroes
rather
is
watch a dub.
That's like my favorite era of anime too.
Well, you see, the
Oh
reason
my
why
God,
Uzlu
you
doesn't like
two.
subs is because he doesn't know how to read.
Yeah, I can't read. It's a shame.
One day we will find a cure.
Black Tier is correct. Dub is better. Do you
There-
want to hear my
I-
explanation
doing.
for how dub is better, Aiden?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait
if
a minute.
I-
Wait a minute. Hang on. I wanted another drink for this. Could you wait? Give me, I also have to really pee really bad.
Aiden joins voice chat. I've quit drinking. Aiden, 5 minutes later, I need another drink.
Yeah. It's more than
Look,
I have to pee. Give me a second.
She's not the first one to need chemical support to deal with my bullshit, okay?
I mean, I'm in the same boat. I can't be here sober.
Go on,
You're going to
Ginger.
love this. Legend of the Galactic Heroes was remade in recent years with a dub. The reason why this is so good news, I know that the very existence of this remake will piss off Quattro to no end.
Why
Quattro,
is
can we
that,
watch
if
the
I may ask?
remake, please? Can we watch the Netflix reimagining, please?
I've never actually seen
Is it bad?
So I
It's
don't
actually
have it
Ginger?
on hand, and I've not.
Someone says you can only read it if it's the Pidgin localization of the Bible. It's true, I can read Pidgin if it's literally spelled out. You're objectively wrong, Zen Man. Jackie says dubs are better because of ghost stories. It was quite funny. Yeah.
The Ghost Stories dub is legendary.
Tanuki Cutie on Twitch says tips.oozloo.net to donate towards finding a cure for Oozloo's literacy. I appreciate the sentiment. Unfortunately, that link won't work. It's tip.oozloo.net. But I probably should add tips.oozloo.net as well.
Reminder chat, you can also go to wes.y11.com to join
No. You can go to wesy11.com and it doesn't let you join Cabal from that site direct. Oh, no, it does. There's a link on there. There's a link on the page.
I did stop accident.
So I never got the question from Ginger. Is the remake good?
I imagine he doesn't know. I'm imagining he hasn't seen it.
The Rurouni Kenshin remake and Fruits Baskets remake that came out recently are, I would say, both very good, with the Fruits Baskets being definitely better than the original.
Of course you watched Fruit Baskets.
Ted is the fruit basket.
It is one of my favorite animes.
Faggot.
Chat, I still think we can do better with this board. I still think Glussy and Glussy Mathussy are just opportunities too strong to ignore. I wonder if there's some way that we could like have an option to cannibalize a topic. So you can take away your vote in it and give it to some other topic. But then you're not allowed to give it back to that. You're not allowed to move it again. Maybe do something like that. Because based Alaska up there could definitely come down. Oh, Ginger says, yes, it's actually pretty good. Interesting.
I haven't
Yeah,
heard anything
maybe.
bad about it.
So this is both versions are good and have merits and points where they do better than the other. Well, that's interesting. Well,
That's
I'm
what
happy
I've heard
to
as well.
I'm happy to watch the one that
Sorry.
you've recommended, Quattro, but I would much rather watch a dub than a sub.
Why? What's your argument for dubs then?
Because
He doesn't know how to read.
unfortunately I
No,
spend quite a lot of my
that's
time
fair.
reading. I believe, Aiden, you've even verified that I can comprehend a scientific paper and find methodological issues, which takes a lot of fucking reading.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
So
Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it takes a lot of reading.
That's
so
the reason.
I am capable of reading. I don't necessarily like to, but half my job is reading fucking articles and just responding to them. So
Yes. Yes.
reading it, I am
reason-
literate. But the problem is, if I'm consuming a story, then I don't want to be forced to have to look at the screen almost constantly without looking away once to watch the story. My eyes are imprisoned to have to do so. Now, it's not literally constantly, but if you look away for 5 seconds, you could miss something critical in the story. Now, I'm
I-
not
I
so
totally get that.
distractible that I'm constantly looking around and fidgeting. I'm not that ADHD. But to have to sit there for one episode is 20 minutes. Okay, say you're watching 3, that's an hour. An hour of content without looking away for 5 seconds. And yet you can, but you might miss something critical if you do. It's too much. It's too much
Sure.
for someone to endure.
I agree.
Some people get completely
Have you
engrossed and
considered
just
learning
like
a new language?
glue eyes to the screen. No.
Well,
Glue their eyes to the screen because they're engrossed. I don't tend to get
I mean-
engrossed in stories, and I'm more interested in. I don't get a lot from the sort of emotional resonance and like how the line is delivered. I don't really care about that. And besides which, I don't get anything from fucking foreign line delivery. Anyway, it's a stupid foreign language. Why would I learn their language? They'll learn my language. So instead,
true. Base.
I would much rather hear average, even crap, sometimes, voice acting in a language I comprehend rather than inane fucking gibberish that people say is well acted. But how the hell can they fucking tell? And I don't really care about the delivery anyway. Like, voice acting could be so bad that maybe I wouldn't prefer the dub. but it would have to be catastrophically bad.
Well, no, I totally get that. I mean, most of the fucking content that I consume on YouTube, I have on in the background while I'm editing or researching or stuff. So I can't pay full attention to it. And even when I'm trying to just watch something for fun or
Lulu, they're
whatever.
saying that your stream has died, by the way.
Thank you, Dad. Discord's not re-engaging it.
Oof.
There we go. Thank you, Ted. Go on, Aiden.
But even if I'm, you know, I guess intentionally trying to pay attention to something for fun, you know, just I'm not working or doing anything else, then yeah, I can understand not needing or not wanting to be like 1000% focused at every single second. That makes sense to me. It's different for me too, because I speak Japanese, so I don't have to do that.
Yeah, there's that advantage as well. When it comes to stuff like, because I haven't seen it, but I know that one good example of a really bad translation is that Dragon Maid anime. I've seen some screenshots where like that's another argument that's often made against dub, where they will sometimes make the dub really ideologically biased. And yeah, that would be a factor. If it comes to that specific anime, if someone said, look, the dub is riddled with feminist crap, the sub isn't, I'd be like, I'd be more willing to watch the sub in that case. But subs can be too. Less often they are, but they certainly can be. And that's still usually written by English-speaking people, so it is susceptible to it as well.
Yes.
Normally when people say, oh, this dub isn't great, they're usually not even talking about the actual voice acting quality. It's because there's a lot of things that often kind of get lost in translation.
Yeah.
Like some things people think sounds
that would happen in
cute in Japanese too.
Yeah.
But you know, usually get translators notes with that when you do that, so you get that extra luxury.
I don't. Who fucking reads that? I don't have time to stop the stream and read that. I don't care about the minutia anyway. Chat, I'm gonna restart my Discord. So
plan.
For the next like 10 seconds or so, audience in Discord won't have the stream. I'll be right back. They're saying it's still broken.
Also, 1 second. I got a Star Trek figure in the mail. Post a picture of it.
Oh, you did.
Yeah, check it out.
All right, chat. Is that better? It's a cute anime girl.
Yeah.
Being Star Trek.
And there's a crocodile, a fat crocodile.
There is also
too,
a fat crocodile. Yeah, but like
so
all of these examples of stuff. No, probably not. We might get to it, but I don't think so. I didn't plan to necessarily get to it. But yeah, all the with dub, all the problems that can happen with dub in terms of bad translation can also happen with sub. So it's not an inherent difference. They just tend not to happen with sub for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why. Perhaps because there's less dubbers and they tend to be more corporate. It's easier with autism to just translate it yourself. You know, you can get fan subs, but you can also get fan dubs as well.
The subbers though,
fuck's sake,
they will autistically police each other. I should know. I used to do fan manga translations, and that doesn't mean that fucked up shit doesn't happen in manga translations. Very famously, the Baki the Grappler manga translations for years were completely fucked because there was just one guy translating each chapter immediately. I mean, up until a couple years ago, or maybe even just a couple, like 2 years ago, a year ago or so. He was there's this one dude who did not speak Japanese, and he was translating Baki the Grappler based on how he felt the scene was going. It was just based entirely on guesses. And again, up until rather recently, those were the scanslations that a ton of people were reading for Baki.
Live chat is saying that the
Baki
stream
doesn't
is
make sense
broken
anyway.
again.
Yeah, true.
So, yeah, I'm not the only one that prefers dub. It's a less hostile viewing experience. And and if the dub is really badly translated with ideological stuff, you can argue it's more hostile. But
I can't stand hearing Western women do the kawaii anime girl voice. That stuff is
what you mean, like you do?
Frustrating to me. Yeah, it's awful. I know.
No, I don't. I don't. I don't have a particular aversion to that.
I used to go more for dubs, but there was a point in time where I was very hesitant to watch subtitled stuff. But after doing it for a little while, it's just I don't know. You start picking up on stuff, and it gets a lot easier.
You know, there
else
are some cases of dubs
Yeah, you
being
start to-
better.
Now,
Some
granted,
things,
in my case,
your brain
I am
translates
also
automatically.
a extremely quick learner. I mean, I've learned to compose in the span of about a month from being unable to read sheet music. So,
Do you know what else I like about
probably
dubs?
kind
though?
of a
Mhm.
There's something you can do with dubs that you can't do with subs, Aiden. And it's
Which is?
spot the voice actor. One of my
God,
favorite
okay.
games to play
yeah, you
with
can.
dubs is
Yeah, you
okay.
can.
There's Cherubim
You
Lee,
can
which is
identify Rie
Lucy.
Kugamiya anywhere.
There's Clink and Bid, which is Urza. They have some strange names. And there's like that's Kirito's voice actor. There's fucking Overlord / Ichia from Fairy Tail. And most of my references are indeed Fairy Tail. But yeah, that's
Yeah,
one of
but
the
that could be
most
a
fun
real
things to do
mixed
during
bag.
anime.
That can be a real mixed bag with Western voice acting because, for example, when I was back in the U.S. And saw my mom for the last time, well, no, not the most recent time. Was it? No, it was when I met Bill. When Bill came, when I brought Bill and Nuck over to the States, we were going through my old anime collection to find something to put on or whatever, and I found this anime I really liked when I was a teenager called Kurao Phantom Memory. Put it on. Couldn't get the DVD player was like borked because it was ancient. So we couldn't get to the sub menu, so we just put it on as the dub. And Monica Rial played the main character, and it was right when all that shit with her was going on down. So I absolutely could not listen to it. I was like, "Oh, it's this bitch."
So Uzlu,
Yeah, 'cause
I
she's
found that you
fucking
could do
everywhere.
almost anything you want with subs.
Thank you, Ted, for that input. Which I'm sure is what the sub said too. But yeah, people are saying yes,
But,
you can do that with
tits.
Japanese, but it's foreigners
definitely. I do.
screeching. That's another thing as well. Like, okay, the reason
No,
that
the thing
okay,
is,
let me explain this. The anime graphical style exaggerates the size of facial features in accordance with the importance they have toward understanding emotions. Which is why the eyes are bigger. The mouth is bigger when it's open, but not when it's closed. The nose is invisible, and the ears are invisible. So it's trying to make it clearer what the emotion is to autists, which is also why the voice acting in Japan is really exaggerated because autists don't understand emotions unless you're fucking screaming at them. But in the West, that's a bit less common. They still do it. Fucking see Demon Slayer. But they still do it, but they do it less. So there's less screeching, less like mad, psychotic overacting in the Western dubs. And you don't like the uwu female voice, Aiden. I don't like the mad, psychotic screeching in foreign gibberish. And I think that's quite a lot more understandable.
What I don't like is Western voice actresses in particular trying to emulate the way that Japanese dubs sound because it is heavily overacted. And so it sounds really bizarre when you listen to it in English of someone overacting that hard and particularly putting on the little girl voice. I know that's like an aspect of anime, obviously, but I can't stand it. Can't stand it because it doesn't.
Oh, I feel you.
Just like the when they try to translate the overacted Japanese into English, it's very off-putting because it's not how we talk, obviously.
I wish they would not overact it. If they get in direction of like, hey, here's how the Japanese sounds, just mimic this, that's the wrong direction.
It's gotten much better than it used to be. I mean, when we were growing up, I guess, yeah. You're a bit younger than me, but when I was growing up, oh my God. It was and that's where the very anti-dub mindset I think comes from. It's because we remember what that shit was like in the 90s and 2000s when it was just abysmal.
Aiden, I'm sure that
you had the
have seen
kids
any
stuff as
dub
well.
before like say like 98, you're better off just not.
You had like the Funimation or what was it called? 4Kids, that was it.
Oh God, yeah.
Where they just overtly changed everything about the show. You know, that kind of stuff.
Aiden, I'm sure that you must
left
have
a
seen.
permanent. scar in people. Yeah.
You must have seen Star Trek Continues, right?
No.
How have you not seen it?
Is it good?
Yes, it is. It's actually very good.
Oh, I didn't know.
It stars Vic Mignogna,
I
who
know.
is a famous anime dub voice actor. It stars Todd Haberkorn as Spock, who is a famous anime dub voice actor and plays Natsu and several other great characters. And it stars Chris Doohan, the son of Scotty, as Scotty.
I know.
And a few other... I'm not saying this because you don't know it. I'm informing everyone as well.
Oh, okay.
And a few other well-known anime dub voice actors. And they're great. They're brilliant. The
I
original...
didn't know if it was any good. I just avoided watching it.
I've watched most of it. I never finished it. But I want to rewatch it again with Cabal. It's very, very good, very faithful. And I have to say, seeing Todd Haberkorn, who I've known as Natsu for years, acting in live action as Spock is so jarring, but it's so rewarding as well because he's very good at it, and he's a very good Spock. Vic Mignogna is even a pretty good Kirk, though he does have the kind of campy, lispy voice, which is the only
he's
real,
definitely going for it.
The only real negative quality about it.
And speaking of Monica Rial, that was a bizarre story for me. I used to have a big kind of like a lot of animus towards Vic Mignogna growing up, also back in the 90s and 2000s during voice acting, because he was this superstar in American voice acting. And I would go to Otakon and stuff, and see people, the entire hall would be people waiting in line to get his autograph. And so he was very, very popular. And I didn't like when I was, 14, that he was so overtly Christian, because I was 14 and edgy atheist. And I didn't like that he was anti-Yowie and stuff. Not so much because I had a particular aversion, but all my friends hated him. So I was like, yeah, right, we don't like him. Okay. And I used to say mean things about Vic Mignogna on Gaia Online. And I feel like such a piece of shit for saying mean things about Vic Mignogna on Gaia Online when I was 14, bro. He's such a nice guy. He's so cool. So I don't know why I've not watched the show, because I was totally on his side, and fuck Monica Rial.
Unfortunately, a few of the voice actors from Fairy Tail were the people that did that. And as far as I could see, they were in the wrong. It's a shame, because one of them's fucking Mira Jane, who's a fucking lovely character in Fairy Tail, and one of the other ones was Kana, I think, also a decent character. But yeah, they pursued him in real life for what was probably just an awkward moment, and they exaggerated it.
Yeah, clearly, because I've been around him at conventions. When I was much older than 14, I worked staff at conventions, and he did. They were always like dedicated haters of him because he was a Christian the whole time, even long after I stopped caring about that kind of shit and became a Christian. But that was later. That whole saga was tragic. And it makes it harder for me to listen to dubs that contain, like I said, Monica Rial or any of those other people who went after him very hard, because their voices are distinct and you can pick them out.
I also stopped watching subs when I became a Christian as well.
Again, Ted is using a different definition of the word sub, I believe. Kieran, Kieran says, Todd Haberkorn stood with Vic, if I recall correctly. I knew Natsu's voice actor was a good guy. Rial's story kept changing repeatedly on key details, so yeah, it's all bullshit.
Yeah, and his father, Somna, says Vic wasn't even anti-Yowie. No, and that was what it was. Very specifically, is my friend was very mad about that. I was good friends with this girl who, when I was in middle school, so understand 11 to 13. That's the age we're talking about. We were actually children, and she was a little older than me, and she was into drawing Yowie fan art. She was very incensed about it. She was my best and only friend at the time, because we just moved from West Virginia, so I didn't have any friends in Baltimore. And she hated him, so I was, we hate that guy. But we drew a bunch of pictures of a bunch of different characters that he played fucking each other, and tried to get him to sign it. And of course, he said no, politely, in retrospect, from what I can remember of being 12.
Aiden, have you talked to Triple before?
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, she's here. She's our secret fifth guest or fourth guest.
Yes, I think also would like to come on.
Well, it's specifically on the yaoi topic because
I'm in,
I-
man.
I thought she was
I don't
more
like
specialized
yaoi.
in
I've never
Yuri.
been into it. I've never even like it's not my thing. It's just that my friend, when we were again 12, 13, 11 that age, she was really into it. So I was, yeah, Ebony, whatever you like.
so Yiz is saying that she's okay to come on, but I'm planning to end soon. However, chat, if you'd like us to continue for longer, you can contribute for an encore, and we will keep going. For now, I'm just going to accept real money contributions. So tip.uzlu.net or fund.uzlu.net if you want us to continue. But otherwise, we'll keep talking for a bit longer, and then we'll end. But if you contribute for an encore, we'll keep going, and we might cover some stories. Cover some news stories. It depends what the contributor wishes. But I might not cover any news stories today. I did not promise to. I said and politics at the end of the thing, and we did discuss for at least a minute there politics. Aiden aggressively brought up monarchy, so that counts.
I can't help myself. I'm sorry.
Kieran
It's
says,
terminal.
one of the two Vic accusers, thank you, Yiz, had previously
Women
falsely
crave strong
accused
authority
Todd.
figures.
Had previously falsely accused Todd, so Todd Habercorn, and he blew her out the water by
Yes.
posting all their texts that proved she was lying.
Yes.
How anyone took her and Rial seriously is beyond me.
I'm
because-
trying to remember her name. It's escaping me because it's been so many years now. And I now forever associate that entire case with Nick Ricada, unfortunately.
Yeah, I did see the latest drop of new footage, Kieran.
Oh, yeah. Tragic.
Not that tragic. not that tragic.
I bet Cybersmith will say that was real.
Yes, he will. Simon Smith will believe this is real.
So, yeah. God, it's all
This is
so
crazy,
fucking
man.
tiresome.
There's a major flaw with this. Have you spotted it? Aiden, you're nerdy enough to spot this. Have you spotted the major flaw?
Is it how the stormtroopers are holding their firearms?
No.
What is wrong here? Wait, it comes in.
Someone's got
Force
it.
choke. Oh, the armor, yeah. I
The
didn't
helmets
notice that.
are the
Yeah.
fake Star Wars sequel helmets.
fake
Or
Star
they're
Wars,
much more
yes.
similar to that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the tragic part I
Yes.
was talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Glossy the bin is gone at this point. That's true. Cat free our boy
Oh,
the
so
bin. He didn't do
tiresome.
nothing. Free our boy the bin from prison. He didn't do nothing. Somna says it was extremely common when I was in high school and college for weebs to consider it a rite of passage to make up a Vic Mignogna convention or a story.
It was. I swear to God, this was real. Because I worked con circuits, well, sort of. I would do volunteer work behind the scenes at cons from the time I was about 19, I think was the first year I did it, up until I was 25. I would do about 3 to 4 conventions every year. No, 26. So yeah, for a decent period of time, I also worked behind the scenes at cons. And it was a rite of passage to have your weird Vic story. Every woman had one. And so when you're in that environment, though, you start to think, whoa, geez, everyone's got one. This guy must be a real creep. Couldn't be that they're all just fucking assholes who hate him because he's Christian. And that
Ted
I really think that was the
has some
impetus.
experience with that.
What, they hate you because you tell the truth?
No, with fucking assholes.
Oh, okay.
I cannot confirm or deny.
I've confirmed for you. What was I gonna read out? I don't know,
So you're gonna
but
bring his in.
Pull in yes.
I'm proud of Todd. I would be willing to pull in years normally, but I'm planning on ending really soon. There's almost no point putting years in. She did contribute for an encore, but she contributed quarter the required amount so far.
Oh, come on. You can't deny Yiz her opportunity to come hang out with me in here for a little bit.
You could drag Yiz if you want me to drag you in for the next 5 minutes. We can do that.
Do it.
I think Yiz can heckle, can't she? Or maybe not. Yeah, Yiz
we
can
could
heckle.
just hang out
She can talk
afterwards.
anyway.
Look, if you want to end the stream, that's fine. I can just talk after stream. It's cool.
I've dragged you in, but we might end very soon.
Well, that's fine.
He is. How you doing?
Oh, I'm just fine. Thank you very much. How about you guys?
Good.
Doing well.
Yes. What is your opinion on the banning of Falco?
Yay! I hate Falco. I'm glad he's gone. I hope he never comes back. We never have to talk about him again.
And there was much
And-
rejoicing.
Have you caught up on the Zach saga by chance?
Aiden, how did you do that?
No.
What?
The quote "and there was much rejoicing" is one of the first things I said in this stream.
Really?
Yeah.
I missed the very beginnings. Just seemed appropriate.
There was too. There really was.
Genuinely.
I always knew that that banning him would be a big morale boost when it happened, and so it was.
There you go.
For a
You got
half
it
a day,
for one
Commons
special.
was very mellow, but then the Falco alt came in.
Sequel.
Glossy says that he's being a Jew this stream, so we ooze a woo. He's saving his money for a big chin surgery, cosmetic surgery, which is going to cost him, was it, you said 38 grand?
Well, are you like
Have
getting
cosmetic
like
chin
the
surgery?
Chad chin?
You would be
No.
better off buying
The other direction,
$38,000
Oh.
worth of Monster Energy drinks.
Yeah.
Well, you said
definitely.
he, so I.
Yeah, I did. I did.
End up looking like Zach.
I don't know. Well, Jesus, have I been? Maybe I've been inculcated.
Wolf
Still
says
talk for
die
that kind of money, you
basically.
could get a used Bentley.
Wolf says die basically orgasmed in voice when Falco was banned. Yes, I can confirm this.
True.
And no, Zen man, I didn't catch up with the sack stuff. I really don't care about drama and idiots. I have more important things to do with my time. But it is funny to hear about.
Was
Yeah,
really
I
funny,
was just
though.
editing, and I saw you live on YouTube and was like, oh
Mhm.
no! I just started listening, like something bad has happened, or maybe good. I guess good longitudinally.
I guess, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Twisted Frenzy, for
Thanks, Sam,
contributing. He says, bring years on and keep the stream going for a bit longer. That's almost enough, technically, for the encore, if I add them up.
As Cabal's most hilarious recruitment officer, Zach was my greatest achievement.
Zach
Certainly
was a
the
fine
funniest.
achievement. Yeah, indeed.
I, for one, am grateful.
Indeed.
I have so much comics to draw.
No one says Oozlu, the 100 years stream. Well, then we'd never finish the 100-year quest. No one. I realized earlier, are the duration names for the quest defined by how long the quest has been available? Because that would make sense, because he did say the quest has
What
been available
game?
for over 100 years in Fairy Tale lore.
Oh,
Thank you, Dak Wow.
yes.
There you go. We've successfully hit the 20. We will go on for a bit longer. I reckon it is no one, because
Okay.
in that case, it would have been a decade quest for most of the
I'm not-
time until
I've not heard of that anime.
it went over 100 years.
Oh,
What,
Fairy Tail?
Yeah, I've not heard of that.
It's
Tell
my
me about
favorite
it.
anime.
Oh,
The guy who made One Piece, the guy who made Fairy Tale, was one of his. He worked apprentices.
okay.
Well, clearly
Now,
he's outdone
to be
his
fair,
master.
Oda has taught a lot of people who have gone on to do, or worked with a lot
I
of people who
never,
have gone on to
I
do
never
amazing
started
stuff.
One Piece because I don't have 2 years of free time to watch it.
More than that. Oh, well, you're so optimistic, yes.
Fairy Tail has quite a few episodes too. It's around 300. But
Yeah,
it's
it's also
nowhere near
long
as
as
much as One Piece.
Well,
If I may
I
bring-
brought that up for a reason, which is it is also quite long, yes.
I've been watching Tales of Zestiria lately, and it's pretty good.
On
If
this,
I may
yes,
bring up
that's
the
what I
Zach
mean.
thing for just one more second, though, I would like to point out that he is our neighbor in Dune. You could come talk to him anytime you want to, if you wish to join Cabal in Dune.
Yeah, Ted's running a Dune Cabal guild. So if you
I
want
never
to
have any
join
time.
He is the
Dune
Duner in
Awakening.
chief.
Dune
Yeah,
in Chief,
that-
yeah,
my,
into the
Nah,
Dune Cave.
the what little Dark Tide and Warframe I do keeps me busy. I can't do another online game.
Mm.
My friend.
Maybe Aiden would want to come join us and hang out with Zach and I.
No, I know. I don't have the game. And my friend also invited me recently to a Don't Starve Together SMP, and he like walked me through everything with it, and I just have not had a single second, really, to play multiplayer games. So it's been a but I'll probably take a whole like day off after I finish this. Well, the project is now finished. I think I'm going to release it on Thursday. But I don't have any time to play video games, sadly. And when I do, I want to play like single player autism simulators.
You plunging into the Factorio Sea.
No, okay, I've still not played Factorio because only because I know what it will do to me.
Is crafting survival not part of the
Understandable.
genre of autism simulations?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
I
like
watched-
management games more.
Well, then you would like Factorio. It's
I
more of
know.
a management game than
Aiden,
anything.
why do
I know
you
that's
play
the problem.
management games rather than managing your community?
Because I like to manage zoos and theme parks and cities
Why,
and
gee,
Senior community,
civilizations.
online
I've seen your
communities are
community. It
basically
qualifies
zoos.
as a zoo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we
We're
just
all
got rid of
thinking it.
2 of our prime animals, but they were shitting
had-
all over the place and attacking fucking visitors, so we had to.
Well, I mean, it often is the case. I had
They
to
had to
debate
be
with
put
myself
down.
sincerely and set myself a budget of like, no, Aiden, you can only buy one zoo type. What's it called? That's not called Zoo Tycoon anymore. Planet Zoo expansion, because it's fucking. It's not Paradox, but the company that makes those games is very similar in their
For access?
persons
Frontier?
of the Palestinian area tendencies. You know what I mean?
Persians?
Frontier, you mean, right?
Sure. Anywho, it's like 10 quid to get 4 new animals. It's ridiculously expensive. But I like management games like that. I want to manage the economy. I want to manage the housing of all the animals. Yeah,
You like 4X then? Because there's a lot of management
Yes.
in 4X. Okay,
I
cool.
love 4X. Yeah.
I spent a couple hundred hours in Stellaris back in like 2017, 2018. It was a lot of fun.
I love Stellaris. It was like, I can't help it. I've lived here for 6 years. Dude.
I think it's cute. You should do it more.
Well, if you would ever like to get a Stellaris campaign going, I'd be interested. We used to run
Oh yeah,
a very lengthy EU4 campaign here in Cabal that went on for multiple months.
I have not played Europa Universalis since 2, so I wouldn't probably be. Although
But
I
you
don't
do
know.
love Stellaris, and I know Ginger does, and Blacktear does as well.
And Hearts of Iron. I like
I've
Hearts
seen
of
Ginger
Iron.
run events for Stellaris here before.
And Victoria too.
Well, Ginger runs one-offs. I would rather have a continuous campaign.
Do you know of the legend of the, what was it called, Ginger? The sacred whoredom of the sacred shattered ring. What was the full title? It's
What?
basically we created
The sacred whoredom of the shattered ring is a.
we
I think it
created.
says more about you.
All right, we're pulling Ginger in. This is a specialist subject.
Okay.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
There we go. Right. One time, a very long time ago, I ran a Stellaris event in which we were doing Cabal Plays Stellaris. I hosted it, and via a series of polls, votes, and other things that were very, very heavily
I
manipulated.
may have slightly rigged
We,
them.
Yes, we ended up creating a custom empire that consisted of space elves who were known as the Owner Holy Order of the Sacred Shattered Ring.
That was it.
I have a
Oh
feeling
my.
I know where this is going. I think I know where this is going, guys.
What
For
a great
reference,
name.
this was an empire that consisted of, as I say, space elves, but their ideological purpose was to welcome in the population of the galaxy
Oh my god, I did this one time.
in order to live in a utopian society in which
Maximum
the host
breeding.
species
Yes.
species would play host to the population of the galaxy.
Basically,
Is
the
that why their ring
Asari.
was shattered?
what is worth noting is that during all of this, the leader of this empire, the Grand Receiver, as they were known, went by the name Zane.
Just like real life.
I've actually done a playthrough of that in Stellaris,
Be
but I
honest,
made
Aiden,
like
that's
birds
every
instead of
playthrough you do.
elves. To be fair, I have done it more
Why
than
do we
once.
still have this back birth mongrel of a sex pest on screen? Can we do something?
This is two separate people. Years. This is a face merge of Falco and Baked Zach, the other lol cow we
haven't
had for
stopped
one
watching this.
day.
Can you put Triple Dice's cat's version up, please, again?
Not that one.
Oh, God.
Chin max.
There it is. There it is. That was Zach.
That's great.
Was
That
he
was
actually
Zach
One
with
of
the
her
mewing?
inbred
greatest
chin.
works.
I mean, was he like actively mewing to try and extend his chin
No,
length?
he was just actually inbred.
Well, his father and grandfather are one and the same.
What?
Yeah, I caught little glimpses of that, and I didn't understand what was happening.
Well, if you
Yes.
want the autistic explanation of it, he came in here calling everyone inbreded when he has a Hasburgian chin.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But only after it was pointed out that he is very likely inbred himself.
You know, many such cases, people will
Tried to
always
pull the no
attack the
you.
things that they are the most sensitive about.
Quite.
He was doing a
Isn't it
lot
odd?
of projecting.
Mhm.
I
We
find it
found.
odd that if you actually are inbred, you would ever say so. That's bizarre.
Well, he didn't have to.
Keeps happening. Oddly.
Oh, God. He even looks inbred. He has inbred physiognomy. Ugh.
Exactly.
I would trust your opinion on that, Years. Yes. That's what I thought when I saw him.
That,
You see-
that is a
you see the deep
northern
recess-
Yankee lie, first of all. It
What's a
really
Yankee lie?
He
is.
is a lost
What? Oh,
member
that-
of
that's
the
so-
Apple-
that's
There is
Southern
little you
people
could
from
say that
Appalachia
would
are
offend
inbred.
Years more
Oh,
than
yeah,
implying
that's-
that she's a Northern Yankee.
Yeah. I
That
would
would be insane.
I look, calling me a Yankee is more of an insult than calling me inbred.
Very
despite
true.
despite how differently you two have ended up, you're from a very, very close to each other originally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we are. And the stories about Appalachians and Southerners being inbred, that's only anti-white propaganda from Hollywood. That's just
Yes.
not true.
Well,
Yes.
there are a few cases in the that where they're like super like they have that one family that turned blue from inbreeding so much.
There was a
Okay,
yes.
And the courts literally intervened and said they couldn't reproduce anymore.
Okay.
Wasn't it
You
also from
realize
colonial
how bell
I would
curve
like
and
to
retarded
introduce
it
you to
sounds
India.
to say
by the
yeah,
way.
but and you give one fringe
Hey, no one there's
case as a
turned blue.
rebuttal. It's
But I was saying that's one of the big cases that where that came from was that it was a very
No,
big
that's a
scandal.
modern-
in the
no, that's
news
not
at the
where
time.
it came from.
No.
It
Oh,
came
no?
from anti-Southern propaganda.
Yes. Yes. It was anti-Southern propaganda. This began a Civil War era. It goes back that far.
Yeah, it goes back to the 1800s, man. This is not something recent.
Yes, I agree.
However, look, and then of course when you do get those cases, right, they become put under a intense magnifying glass
Right.
of evidence of the existing stereotype.
I believe the US state that has the most inbreeding is one of the northern states, like New England or something.
I think it's I think it's New York State actually. The last time
Are
I
you
looked it up,
saying-
it is a New England state? I think it's New York.
Are you saying that leftists are once again projecting?
No, it's probably because of a lot
In
of
New
the
York,
Ju-
it might be because
a
of
lot
the
of
large
the minority
Jewish population
communities, like the
and minority populations. Yes,
like Jews and African Muslims. They inbreed a lot,
So-
like
Yeah.
because they like to keep
There
things in the
is
community.
there is another thing that is not being considered here, and you know what it is. I'm sure we're all familiar with the concept of any blacks not knowing their fathers. This actually has caused a huge problem in these communities where, because they don't know who their
Yeah.
fathers are, accidental incest is rampant.
Oh, that's possible too. But I mean, they're
It's
as a
like a
group,
huge-
they're so ugly
Oh
and
my God.
retarded it barely matters.
New triple comic.
Very true.
We got another.
All right,
Whoa.
so we get our good friend Zach here with his fucking copy pasta. In case you didn't hear it earlier, Years and Aiden, he was up for 28 hours, broken only by a brief 4-hour nap, posting every roughly 1 to 10 minutes this copy pasta that changed gradually over the day and became less comprehensible throughout in comments constantly and
Oh, it
replying to people.
mutated.
Yeah, as I say, like 28 hours, almost solid. He was doing that.
That's not
Yeah,
scantso at all.
he has problems.
Yeah, so he was posting this
so.
constantly.
Yeah.
I just say like
That's why I
according
wrote
to
character.
my character says, "Hey Zach, I got to do a stream now. You're welcome to be a guest." I did say that as well. I'm always willing to do that with interesting people. Wizardly, I think we mean Wizardry live, close enough. Hey, it's my stream. Currently casting. Hey, pay me to laugh at this retard. Hey chap, pay me to laugh at this retard.
Oh, it's funny
So
because it's
true.
true.
So true. Once
Cabal
again,
is
Dice
prevailing.
has headed right out of the park.
Arcturus says 34 hours. I knew it was more than 24. I was estimating it 28.
Good lord.
It was actually 34, which means that
That's
It
actually
was- I'm
sketchy.
pretty
with
sure
a
it was
brief
over
break
30
of
hours.
a brief break of 4 hours. So if you add that up, it's 30 straight hours of doing that. That's not normal.
My dude was probably actually having a mental breakdown if he got 4 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
I was
It's a
talking.
think so.
I was telling his father about this, and he decided the
Wait,
best
his
way
father
to.
or his grandfather?
Both.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
both.
Yes.
They're the one who technically invited him to the server. I invited his father, grandfather to the server myself,
Mm.
and so
Oh,
I was
no.
How old
messaging
is this
his.
guy?
In his 20s, I'm pretty sure.
He looks young to mid 20s.
Okay. Yeah.
So I was sending his father a message like, by the way, your grandson, is currently having a mental breakdown, and you should probably talk to him and try to intervene because he's turning himself into a law cow. And so Zach, in his infinite wisdom, decided the best way to own Ted, the evil anti-Semitic Nazi, was to post my DMs to his father into Cabal, showing that I'm showing concern for his mental health.
Yeah, because that's what Nazis are concerned about.
What?
I
mean, what?
And so
Question
while
mark.
I am trying to help him, he is screeching at me, calling me a Nazi, and the Jew is raping him.
What?
Yeah. During the entire
Did
stream.
Oh, you
Zephyr
missed
come in?
that.
No, during the entire stream, Quattro was posting stuff like this.
Replying to him with his
This
own
is-
face as well, mind you.
This is
Yeah.
a screenshot of the message as it appeared in Hall of Fame, which takes popular
Oh, really?
posts and replicates them into a special channel. So there were quite a few of these. Here was one. Here was here was another one with this.
One of my personal favorites.
This is one that Cybersmith posted. Cybersmith posted his first ever funny meme, and it was really well timed as well. We were very proud of
It was so
Cybersmith for this
perfect.
one. Yeah.
Hey,
He's
even
learning.
a broken clock, right? Even
Yeah.
a broken clock.
And,
You got this as well.
after that, we had a full chain of nigger faggot.
Oh,
Unbroken.
I should
wow,
find
wait.
that. You guys would be impressed with there it is. So we had
I'm
not
so
only
proud of this community.
we started with
Wowie.
at BakedZach N, and then at BakedZach I, at BakedZach G. So it wasn't just an N tower; it was with the ping as well. Got
Wowie.
NIGGER, right? That's impressive enough on its own. Perfect. No
It is.
edits required. No deletions. But then we kept going.
What is science
FAGGOT
done?
afterwards. All
And
with
every
at
single
BakedZach
one is
before
an
it.
individual.
Yes. I think they're all unique as well. Except Invader, who once again has ruined everything, as he always does. And then there's Zach with his copy pasta right afterwards, and then there's me with the equal so proud, which I am. I'm so proud of this community.
I mean, it really is an astonishing thing you've accomplished.
Thank you, Aiden.
Oh, sorry.
Was that much?
Hey, Uzulu, can you show me? Can you show me my shit post? I added you.
Oh,
in
hers
like
was
that.
potentially the best one. The whole entire group.
So this was a collaborative effort between us two and 8-Ball just to make this happen. So she, of course, made the soy jack. I typed up the post for her. And 8-Ball got her nitro so that she could do the server profile to make this just absolutely perfect.
Look at all those emojis on that. Good
I
lord.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff got into Hall of Fame. Actually, briefly, because his posts were so ridiculous and people were adding all kinds of mocking reactions to them, Zach not only got into Hall of Fame, he got to the 4th most prolific Hall of Fame poster.
What an
He
accomplishment.
is
Yeah.
truly one of Cabal's greatest meme smiths, and every single one an original banger.
Like, Dev's got his own board. I mean, like, you've got some stiff competition.
Mm.
Well, hopefully Zach will come back so that way he could beat Dev at the meme smithing game.
And then don't forget, indeed, Glossy made some fan art. Let me see if I can find it. It was, here we go. Glossy made this fan art in celebration of the 2 homos, as he puts it, being banned. Glossy is a new and very strange member, but then that's part of the course around here.
I mean, hey,
He was also
it's,
being very. Go ahead, yes. Sorry.
I was just going to say this is like an island of misfit toys. We're all weirdos in some way.
Yes.
Zach was also
strange down
being very transphobic in Oozaloo's LGBT Discord server as well.
Oh, something I totally forgot about, but to go back to, I suppose, so it just struck me, was this creation of this island of misfit toys for the island of misfit toys that you're talking about, in terms of the swamp or the trash server.
The Cabal's
gutter.
Yeah, the gutter.
It's not likely to be used. It's just there if Falco wants to go there. Like, if Falco wants to still talk to us.
Interestingly, it might actually create a unique way for you to avoid getting like dedicated A-logs if they have a place created by you essentially to voice their grievances in.
It's I wouldn't deny anyone their free speech in Cabal, and if they've been banned, and like, I offered it there for Falco because despite the fact that Falco is a detestable little shit that is not worthy to lick the mud off your boots, regardless, there are some people in Cabal who have a sort of, do we say, addiction, or they have a taste for arguing with him. And for their sake, I'd rather not take that away. But it's still up to him whether he joins or not. Say again?
Was an invite link sent to him?
Yeah, in DMs. He has it. He's deliberately not joining.
Okay.
Yeah,
maybe he will get. Maybe he will. I don't remember who said it earlier. That maybe this will be the wake up call, and he'll get his shit together. That's the best outcome you can hope for.
I like that Mufasa. That's a good.
We've said that about both Zach and Falco. Yeah,
it is a low probability, but you never know.
Yeah, it's possible.
So I have a question for you here. If Quattro is the new Wes, does that mean I'm the new Odar?
Quattro is not the new Wes, and you're not the new Odar. You are your own people, and frankly, I like you better.
You really compare me to him?
No, nobody should do that.
I'm being
Ted,
silly, of course.
Are you trying to pick up the mantle of Odar because of the black penis?
Well,
gross. Ugh.
Hold on here. I'm racist now.
That was Odar's cross to bear.
They stink bad enough at a distance. I can't imagine smelling a Negro dick. Ugh.
What? Yes, what?
Gross.
As a racist, I cannot confirm or deny these allegations.
Years is currently virtue signaling everyone, to making sure we all know very well that she has no interest in black penis.
Well, unfortunately, Bill for Christmas a couple years back got me that color changing mug, and it revealed that one black porn star with his giant, massive, like freakish dick. Unfortunately, the paint or whatever it is they used to have to apply the color changing thing started to peel off, and I figured that was a just pure cancer, so I threw it away. Unfortunately,
yeah, that doesn't sound very healthy.
Well, the dishwasher destroyed it, and the thing is, I have a Harry Potter mug from when I was a little kid that still changes color and doesn't peel off, and it looks like it's made of pure cancer.
I wonder if that was made in China, because I reckon the one you just got was
fine.
I think the one. Well, the one I just got definitely
but
was.
You'll probably find that the Harry Potter one was made with materials that are actually more cancerous than the one that's
Probably.
peeled off.
Maybe.
Most likely. When my dad was a kid, he got a like mineral set, and it did contain uranium, like a little nugget.
Mm.
Yep. I'm
And
going
he
to guess
still
it's
has it.
Switzerland.
Yeah, he still got it. Like
Oh yeah, Aiden. So, got a little something funny for you. Friend of mine was recently introduced to your content, and
oh,
he asked me to pass on the message of what his thoughts were.
okay.
He said, and I quote, "Wow, you're like a more manly Frederick Knudsen."
I'll take it. Hell yeah. Okay. I feel like I'm not going to help that with the video I'm about to release.
Is it
Yeah,
your
you-
French one or a different one?
It's the French one. I had to fix a shit ton of errors. I had to re-record a bunch of stuff because I was being very autistic because this is like a work of art now to me. I've put so much effort into it, blood, sweat, and tears, that it's like now it has to be perfect. And I have to at some point go, no, stop obsessing and just fucking release it.
You
So I
know
was
it's
just
a passion
finishing up
project
today.
of autism when it's a figure that almost no one heard about in the English sphere.
But that's cool. Like, people should know about this guy. Everyone in the Francosphere knows about this guy. It's astonishing that we don't in the English speaking world because of there's a lot of overlap.
I love that memory TV clip. French is a waste of
Yeah, there were so many memes I thought about putting in it that I didn't end up going with because I was trying to maintain a more serious, slightly more documentarian tone than I usually go with.
Aiden, you're a British citizen now. You're supposed to make fun of the French at every opportunity.
Well, I'm not.
You have citizenship? I didn't know that. I didn't think you did.
Oh no, I can never be a citizen of Guernsey, ever.
Based.
However, I do live far closer to France, and I actually thought about going to keep forgetting. St. Malo after I finish this, and I might still do it for the weekend. Maybe this upcoming weekend we'll go to St. Malo, and I'll actually.
Why is it that you say you'll never be able to be a citizen of Guernsey?
You can't as a foreigner ever.
That's so based.
It is based as fuck.
Interesting.
Lord, I see what you've done for others, and I wish you'd do the same for me.
Right.
Yeah, exactly, Quattro. Exactly.
You can be a permanent resident, but only Gurns born here, 2 Gurns can be Gurney.
That's how it should be.
Guernseymen.
That's how it should be.
I agree. So, like,
let me ask you this: in local government, are only Guernsey people allowed to be in local government?
Of course.
Nice. God.
Now, I would say that Nigel Farage wrote the Brexit manifesto here, but
No, I didn't
he's
know
just welcome to stay. Yeah, true.
That is actually probably quite a sensible policy, especially for now at this moment.
For a
in
very
history.
tiny island, it's necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
Well,
Ireland
the
especially.
UK is a very tiny island compared to the rest of the world.
And you have to understand how much rich people from the UK desperately want to move here.
Mm,
It's
okay.
an island that is British culture, that speaks English, that works
Well,
in
don't let them
pound
because
units.
they help facilitate the destruction of the main
Yeah.
island. Don't let-
And they do move here a lot. This is where people come to die, essentially, because it's very expensive to live here. Particularly if you're buying land and you're not. Well, that's the thing too. You can buy a house here if you're a foreigner, or you're not a native Gurn. However, you cannot purchase land or property that is on the market that is available only to locals. So there's a public
That's
market and a
based
private
too.
market. Yeah, they're very, very dedicated to preserving stuff here, which is very
And
based. Yes.
I hope one day that our cultures are better and not just anti-white brain rot and globalist cancer.
Yeah.
Well, we're making our way there.
Yeah, slowly but surely.
Well, eventually the hard times will force men to be strong again, and the strong men will, at the very least, salvage some of Western civilization.
I don't know about that. We'll see.
Well, it'll reach a new synthesis. It won't be the same as what we had before, but it'll be good in new ways.
Yeah, technology has ramped up so much that I don't think that we can make any realistic predictions based upon the past.
Yeah.
Like I've talked about this at length on my streams. Is the the exponential curve of how technology is changing humanity, and just everything is so different every so many years, and that time frame has been getting shorter and shorter. I don't think that any predictions that we make based upon past civilizational decline or growth can be applied to what's going on.
What I found is at least communication technology has accelerated greatly the pace of the pattern, the rhythm of what goes on. Like, so history doesn't repeat; it rhymes. And I found that the process of it going has greatly accelerated because communications happens so much quicker now than it did like 100 years ago.
Yeah, as I always say, the internet amplifies everything, the good and the bad, every side of everything.
Very true. Either way,
everything's just faster.
Everything is faster. I think that a lot of it is people noticing much faster because everything is documented, right?
That's part of it, yeah. But it's everything, amplifies everything.
Yes, as a result, the things happening have to happen, or not happening more accurately, have to not
and because
happen
it's all
more
amplified,
quickly.
they're able to happen faster as well.
Not happen. Nothing ever happens.
Well, indeed, except when they do.
We're basically speed running the collapse of the Roman Republic. What took a couple centuries, we were doing in a matter of decades.
But it's still not for sure if it will be a collapse. It might.
To be fair, people have been saying that about America for 200 years. I am not saying it's not coming. But I would caution that you can find references to people saying that America is headed towards the Roman collapse.
And also remember,
about 200 years.
Civilizational collapse is not an instantaneous thing.
No, you don't know when you're in that.
But Aiden, if you Google how long the republics last, it shits out 250 years with no sources or reason to believe it. Therefore, the US is at the end of its life.
I mean, it's judging. There aren't a whole hell of a lot of sources to go by for republics because there aren't a whole hell of a lot of them historically. So yeah, it's spitting out what it can try to do from the examples of places like America and Rome and Greece, you know.
Yeah. Who is this putting the fucking glossy? Why have you put the heart react on the picture of Zach?
Hang on a minute.
That was Glossy requested.
Can you bring him up, please, Harry Uzulu, on the stream?
We could do, but only if we, only if there's some support for Glussi or Glussi Mathusi on the board, because we've discovered that Glossy doesn't like the idea of being forcibly renamed to Glussi and being made Discord Kitten.
Thus, it needs to be so.
I gotta be honest. I don't understand.
That's not true. That's not true.
What's the aversion to being Discord Kitten so much? Because it was done to me without me even understanding the negative connotation, apparently, and it didn't negatively impact me in any way, so I don't understand.
No, Aiden, you're supposed to pretend it does so people
want it because they want the attention, and they know playing hard to get it's how they get it.
Or is that just what is often believed about these people? But that's an easy cover for the people who actually don't want it and would be embarrassed.
People are saying that Glossy is Cybersmith's pet. Is that true?
Yes. Well, he wants to be aspiring Cybersmith's pet.
Cybersmith hasn't decided if Glossy is worthy of being his pet yet.
Glossy has requested to be put in the cage several times, but Cybersmith has not yet.
You don't want to put someone in the cage if they want to be. You should specifically deny them the cage if that's what they desire, because then it's weird.
Usually, even BDSM has consent at some point.
It's more weird if they want it. Yeah.
It's all
I don't know. I don't understand this degeneracy.
Put people in cages when they don't want to be. Aiden 2025.
What?
Chat gets pretty weird when you put two gay guys and a woman in there.
You mean in the cage?
I don't want to go in the cage. Why is this turned on me? Why am I now going in the cage?
Well, I mean, I remember the story about you in the litter box.
The wage cage.
What? Wait, what?
You don't remember the Aiden Litterbox saga?
Oh, right. No, I do now. Sorry, I tried to forget.
I can't remember the context, but I remember it happening.
I don't remember the context either. No idea how that came about now.
Do you think there's any possibility that Blacktear is a weird sexual degenerate, a bottom, and possibly homosexual? Look at his last message in chat.
I think that he's just extraordinarily horny. And so he says sexual stuff a lot.
Maybe. Kieran has voted for the black tier. Thank you. Yes. Put that on the board.
Mods, snow bunny this man.
I'd also like to remind everyone that Clover
That's what it was, Kieran.
enjoys being
Thank you.
Discord kitten and would love your Uzulu donations. Clovey, I should say.
Yes, Clovey is currently kitten and has been forcibly renamed from Clover to Clovey as a result. Chat, if you'd like to keep Clovey that way, given that that was a birthday present, you could do so.
I have a question. What does the emoji next to my name indicate? Like,
Where?
Where?
What is the spire
Oh,
emoji?
that's because you're in House Spire in here.
Yeah.
That's the spire.
Oh, okay. Okay.
There are 4 Cabal houses. Currently, Cauldron's the leader, so actually you should lose that icon. What icon did Cauldron want? Have Cauldron ever been ahead long enough for me to actually assign them an icon?
I mean, I suppose, does that not mean that I am, since the representative Cauldron right now, do I get to choose?
I guess you are in Cauldron, so yeah, what icon do you want?
Is it a punishment or a reward?
Reward, you at
for
the top.
Cauldron. Oh, I have so many good choices. Let's get the boss Pepe, please.
Didn't even understand
Ooh,
what I was in
that's
the
a good
house.
choice. I like the Boss Pepe one. That's a good one.
It's a pretty
Let's
good
get the
one.
boss Pepe up there.
It's done. There you go. Anyone who wants to put anything towards the houses, you could become the leading house. Is that actually accurate? Hold on. Is Cauldron in fact in the lead? Looks like it is, yeah. There's something wrong with the CHTP board. The negatives are... I don't think they were showing that before. Maybe they were. Either way, I should improve the CHTP display.
Because you know shit about code, I would love for you to look at some of Pirate Software's shit just for shits and giggles because it's unbelievable.
I have personally.
It bothers even me, and I took 2 semesters of intro to comp sci.
So
Quattro.
I'll give
it's
my
not very
take from what I
often that the
remember.
Jew gets out Jewed, but not only did I get Clovey to the top of the board, I also have the top Pepe as well. I really came ahead in that trade deal.
It would not.
You did have my support in this, did you not?
Yeah, you had Jewish backing. It would not take a whole lot to change the configuration of the board here, chat. I mean, if you Inspire. So yeah, speaking of the Pirate Software's code, I'll say first, I've said this to some people here, but I don't think you've heard it, Aiden. I always had a bad feeling about the guy. I never watched his content, but I saw him on 1 or 2 other people's streams. I never liked him, always just thought, I had this sort of same distrustful feeling about him that I have about a few other content creators as well, who some of them did end up being
He gives me shady
being
used
wrong.
car salesman vibes.
Well, I didn't get that exact same vibe, but similar.
I saw some of his stuff pop
think he
up on
could
my
sell a car.
For You Shorts feed, which I have never used and refuse to on principle because I'm not a I can't talk too much shit, but I'm not completely brain broken, so I can't watch YouTube Shorts for the most part. And then from what I understand, he got famous just because he would legitimately explain like how to use Microsoft Word and shit type. That's not exactly, but I mean like that level of computer understanding.
The code, what I said earlier, is that looking at the code and the examples people have given for problems with his code, there are a few little things where people criticize him a little bit too much. If you're writing your own personal project, you don't need to put things in separate files. You don't need to have a config file or a data file. Hard coding
I'll get
to that though. Hard coding configuration data is generally okay if it's a small individual project, because hard coding it is not much different than having a config file anyway. And when you compile it, the stuff from there just goes in anyway.
Right. Yeah.
So that's one thing I defend him on. There's 1 or 2 other things that what he's done is not as bad as what people say. However,
he doesn't know how to use a Boolean, dude.
The summary of his abilities are, if he was just an amateur programmer doing this, it would be okay, not great.
Yeah, it's
he posits himself as an expert. He frequently talks about his decades of experience as a programmer and a hacker, and about the accolades and reputation
But if
he
it is-
has, pretends to be a genius quality high level programmer, and he's not. He's
To know about that
crap.
piece of shit I learned from a Ross video.
Well,
Yeah.
Ross, poor Ross. I mean, like, he didn't ask for any of this weird shit.
Nope.
Yeah, I feel bad for that guy.
I would,
But
I would gladly fed Post Pirate software for free.
I had an excellent 2 semesters taking comp sci. I took 2 semesters in college because I needed it for required math credits, and I had a great teacher. He was very Jewish, but he was very like funny Hollywood Jew. Like he was an entertainer, and he was a excellent teacher, and he really just focused in on for 2 semesters on us just understanding the basics of coding, and that's all I know. So I don't know anything about computer science from my perspective.
So the
but I understand basics of coding. And when I
Yes.
saw the errors in his stuff, I was like, what the fuck?
the
Like,
Boolean thing you mentioned is a good example. I would strongly recommend that everyone use a Boolean for variables that are representing
Why
a
would
true
you
or false
not?
value. Obviously, you should. However, if someone is, and this doesn't apply here, right? But if someone is very good at coding, they have a lot of experience, and they just prefer, and they're writing a project that's just for
Sure.
them, and they just prefer the style of using a small integer for a Boolean value, they just prefer the style, fine. But again, as I said, that doesn't apply here because he's not an expert. I don't think he knows the fucking difference. There must be some reason he's
No.
doing it, but I think he might just be retarded.
I think he thinks
Yeah.
he's better than everyone and
I mean,
everything.
it's, from what
So
little I've
the-
learned of him, it's clearly he's highly privileged, and a lot of
Well,
times people that
In the
that
true
come from
sense.
from a true sense. And on top of that, he likes the attention.
Hmm.
He clearly is some kind of like what's he
Narcissist?
he's like
Narcissist, yeah.
No, the term is midwit. He's clearly
Oh, that
not
too.
Yeah, that too.
retarded.
Yeah.
He's not retarded, but he's
Subsculpies.
nowhere near as smart as he thinks he is.
Well, he's retarded in
I-
effect
I
by the fact that he's
heard-
just smart enough to be able to do the thing, but not to be able to improve, and too stubborn to ever be willing to improve. He's not humble enough.
Yeah, and so to
extreme
children or
narcissism.
retards,
plus-
it looks like he's doing magic.
Yeah, it's extreme narcissism plus the ability to be just good enough to land work and then basically piggyback off other people. It's a very
Plus the
pathological
Nepo stuff.
pattern, but there's no chance he's going to get better unless he has a big crash, which he might be now. Another
Well,
thing as
yeah.
well that I will slightly defend about his code with the magic numbers is what he's writing specifically with those magic numbers is the closest you can get to an example where you should use magic numbers. What he should be doing is using an enum. And you might end
no
up
shit.
using an enum with like several hundred entries. You should do that.
But he has several
But
hundred entries,
that
and so it makes
is-
way more sense to use the enum.
Yes. But it's not much different from using magic numbers. Now, what you can do there is you can keep the enum
In terms
word.
of the stability
same.
and cogency of the entire
Aiden,
code,
hold on.
you're
You can
Yeah, go
keep
ahead,
the
sorry.
word of the enum, the name, the same, and just change the number that it corresponds to. And in many programming languages, the number is generated automatically. That's fine. If you want to change the name of the enum identifier, you can in most IDEs you can hit refactor on it, change the name, and it'll change it everywhere else in your code where it's referenced.
yeah.
And you should do that. That is better. However, in this specific case, the use of magic numbers is not actually that different.
The
What he
problem
should
is
be
that
doing
it
is
makes it
ideally is
more
leaving
difficult
gaps
for-
so that he can add things. If he wants to use magic numbers, you should be leaving gaps so he can add things in later. But if you want to refactor something so that you can refer to it later, it's likely it's only referred to in one place. As long as you know where it is, it's not critical that you use an enum in this case. You should,
a little bit.
but the difference is not that huge. As I said, like magic numbers are a bad idea almost all the time. In fact, all the time. In this case,
Yes.
it's the closest occasion to being acceptable. Now, the real problem here is not that his coding style is not the optimal structure. The real problem here is I don't think he
What
knows
only works
about
if you have one coder.
enums. I don't think he
Yes, there's
knows
that.
about the existence of enums. And that is, again, the issue. What he's actually written is bad, but it's not indefensible all the time. It's often
I agree with him on the
okay.
magic numbers.
However,
to a certain
The
extent.
problem is he doesn't actually know the correct way whilst pretending to be an expert. It's the disparity
agree.
between his claimed expertise and his actual expertise that is
And
my
I think
criticism.
that guy represents
The code
a
itself
large
is
swath
not
of the people we're
as bad
told
as
to
that
trust
is.
as experts.
Possibly, yeah.
The thing about the enums versus the magic numbers is that the magic numbers are more okay when you are a sole developer. You're the only person looking at the code, so you're more able to keep track of the magic numbers, right? And understand what you're doing with that. Obviously, as a sole developer, the only person working on this game, I agree. It probably isn't more vastly overcomplicating things for him individually, but bad practice. And yeah, I agree also that he probably just doesn't know how to, or what even an enum is, or if he understands what it is, how to utilize it. It's the same problem that you find in his just massive arrays as well, though.
Maybe Outreach can give him some coding tips.
By the way, I tried to say this earlier, but I couldn't get a word in edgewise. I understand that Pirate Software, I believe either his dad or his uncle or some
His
close
dad.
family connection is one of the board members at Blizzard.
He was one of the founding members, apparently, or if not a founding, he was an early hire. I mean, like within the first couple of years.
Kia says the entire controversy is based on him being smug. If not for that, I doubt anyone would care. That's a big factor, yeah.
Smug and smugly wrong, which really pisses people off.
It's about the disparity, as I said, the disparity between the claimed or implied authority and the actual talent is just too big.
It's not just talent, it's the knowledge. Because the other thing he's done, and the way that he's become famous over the last couple of years, because he's been doing social media stuff for forever, but it's because he depicted himself as this guru of this font of knowledge, of esoteric coding knowledge, and an educator. And the second you do that, and it turns out that you, I mean, people could maybe lobby this complaint against me, or accusation is that, oh, I didn't finish my PhD. However, I have published research. I have done that kind of stuff. He has basically nothing, and also can't back it up with me. At least he can say, well, I can show you exactly like how to do this stuff. How to do basic statistical analysis and such. He needs to be able to do that, and he can't.
Whether through incompetence, that's fine. I'm just going to say whether through incompetence or malice, it doesn't matter to me. The damage he did to stop killing games, earned him a death mark from me.
For me as well. It's ridiculous.
Look,
no,
half of all controversies with people can be summed up as smug retard thinks he knows more than he does and fucks up everything.
Well, this is actually like a kind of important piece of legislation. I did sign the UK one, which didn't pass enough to get into Parliament, but I'm not surprised by that. The EU one did, though, so I didn't sign that one. I couldn't, obviously. Well, I guess I could have, but that would have only exacerbated the issue that they're having now. Anywho, I think Stop Killing Games is an important piece of legislation to be put into place to prevent things like, the Crew from happening again.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there needs to be a precedent, because legally speaking, it's kind of just like no man's territory right now.
Yeah.
And I don't mean no man's sky. I mean, it's like a no man's land legally, because there's just not hardly any useful laws you can point to say, hey, you can or can't do this when it comes to destroying something you sold to me.
No, it's a novel concept.
Yeah.
And that's why all of a sudden now the video game lobbies are stepping in and trying to stop it as well. Because of course they don't want to do this. They don't want to have to spend 5 extra. It actually has nothing to do with the time and effort of their employees. It has everything to do with them just not wanting you to have any avenue to have access to the thing you fucking purchased unless they can resell it to you again.
Mm-hmm.
I think the disparity here. Very good. All right, let's have this up.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Oh my.
Oh dear.
More accurate than one would imagine.
Oh my.
Thank you for making me the tall one.
Wait, why am I in there?
Well, you're all black now. That means you have the pass.
Nigga.
According to Hollywood, I always did.
But I was going to say about code. I can't remember. Yeah, I did see some of the videos reviewing his code, and yeah, it's bad. It's way worse than the supposed quality. But for a personal project, if he wasn't pretending to be talented, it wouldn't be too bad. Like, if it works, like, okay, if you're using some sort of generator like RPG Maker, the code that gets generated from that's probably going to be crap anyway. If you're using an interpreted language, the code technically that runs on the PC's on the machine code is going to be crap as well. If you've got a JIT compiler, it'll be a bit better. But then the JIT compiler is fucking enormous. So if you're running an interpreted program, the actual machine code will be more ridiculous than his. Which, to be fair, he probably is using a interpreter. I don't know which language he's writing in. It's whatever Game Maker uses. It's probably C#. Like,
Duchess may not have given you permission, but Invader gave her permission to use his assets.
That's true. Agent Ice, I know it's Game Maker language. What is it, though? Because it's clearly just an existing language that's been adapted slightly. I assume it's C# or Lua or something.
I don't know what it's based on, but I do know that people were able to basically break into it via his game specifically, using the Undertale mod editor.
Yeah.
So whatever version of Game Maker he's using is analogous or at least comprehensible to the Undertale mod maker software that also exists. Despite totally not being an Undertale ripoff, guys. 100%. Not Undertale ripoff.
You're not allowed to say that, and if you do, he will soy out for several hours straight.
Is it actually its own language? My goodness.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't just saying that. Yeah, I didn't know if it was related to something else or if it had high similarities to something else.
Game Maker language.
So, Kieran, are you trying to say that you're getting very close with Glossy?
Yeah, Harmful Opinions coverage of it has been hilarious.
Well, it actually compiles to... It transpiles to C++, then I assume it can just compile straight from there to machine code. Okay, that's fast then. I guess it makes sense for a game. Yeah. That's better than I thought it was. Well, in that case, it probably isn't running as interpreted, but a lot of programs do.
No, there's things like people who have revealed that the way that he does ray tracing, etc., or what he calls ray tracing, is very stupid and things like that. But
I saw the video about how
silly the way he
draws 2D objects. He CPU iterates over every pixel and draws the pixel that it samples off the texture, which is that's what graphics cards are for. And so even a 2D game runs at 20 FPS.
But that's him so that he could put it's been ray traced, or it includes ray tracing, which is
retarded.
The thing that's so again ridiculous to me is that I took this 2 semesters of this one class, and even I'm going, "What are you doing, my dude?" That should be an enormous red flag that someone who's like computer illiterate but knows the basis of code just from having taken like a logics class.
Look, what's the point of trying to weave in ray tracing for a 2D game?
So he can put it on the box, figuratively, of course.
That just makes you sound retarded.
His entire shtick is betting on his audience being more retarded than he is.
Okay, fair.
From my interpretation.
There are millions of retards with dollars to give. I mean, it's
very true.
It's how Uzulu and I make a
living. If you speak with a really deep voice with your voice changer, then you sound like you know what you're talking about.
Aiden, I would never do that. That would be dishonest for me to try and take advantage of my audience by faking a lower pitched voice. Now, it would make me sound more manly, but frankly, could I get any more manly?
No, that's one of the reasons I like Uzulu.
I'm pretty sure Monch broke your wrist once. That's pretty unmanly.
That is true. However, I've also met you in real life multiple times and can confirm.
Hello, everyone. It's Pirate Software here. How are we all doing today? Is it time for some high-quality coding? Here's my favorite magic numbers.
Very based. Wowie, now I think everything
I
that you
should
say
have
is
killed
correct.
Ted.
Oh, my monarchy stuff is retarded and wrong. Wowie.
Yeah, but it was anyway. It's just more
Oh,
wrong now
no.
with the low pitch.
Oh, it's more. Yeah, no, it's double plus wrong.
Yes.
I love that. I love what Somnus just shared. That's pretty good. Did you see it? Did you see it, Aiden?
Mm-hmm. I can't stand it. Unsweetened tea, disgusting. Actually,
Yeah.
although
No, unsweetened iced tea is disgusting. Regular hot tea is good without sugar, but
Yes.
not iced tea.
I will have to say though, even when I was a kid, I did prefer unsweetened tea, but I knew it was haram, and so I
never
knew.
did.
Oh,
I think unsweetened iced tea tastes terrible. I don't particularly like sweet iced tea, but it definitely tastes better than unsweet iced tea.
I always
If
like
I'm
the
going to drink
unsweet.
tea, I want to drink a nice hot tea.
My dad does too, though, so I think it's genetic. Even though he's also from the South, so we would always get the unsweet ones when we go out.
Yeah, you're from Maryland, though. That's borderline. Yeah.
No, my dad's from West Virginia, and I grew up in West Virginia.
Okay.
I moved to Maryland when I was like 12 or 11.
Never mind.
Chat, since the encore was funded, we've been going for 50 minutes. So I think we'll wrap up here. And I mean, any conversation can continue into pit 1. I need to go grab a drink anyway. But then a little later today, if Quattro's still up for it, he'll probably put on that movie. I cannot guarantee that I will be awake enough to join for it, but I will try to be. So we'll probably do that. Hopefully you'll all join us in pit 1 and we'll go and chat for a bit before we do anything else.
Sounds
right.
good.
Thank you so much for joining me for the stream, everyone. I'll probably see you again tomorrow.
Of course.
And good night and good riddance to those now in absentia.